Okay, uh-oh, guys. Limitless, bet the flop. Bets the turn, and McDavid just jams on the... What is happening here? King 3 against Ace-Jack. Limitless makes the call. What is this? 10-9 against Queen 7. Uh-oh, Limitless needs a Queen or a 7 or he is out. No back-to-back title defenses for Limitless. Guillaume Nolet, meanwhile, eliminates João Vieira. And that, guys, means that we are down to 2 tables. Uh-oh, all in and a call. Small blind against big blind. 10-8 suited against Ace-9 offsuit. Good flop for 10-8. Still good. Preben Stockholm needs to avoid aces and 9s, and he does. So he gets the double. That's a big one. I want Patrick Leonard to double. Otherwise, I'll be a real sad panda. We already lost Limitless. We lost Mr. Gamble. We lost Dario Sammartino. We still have Elqua. Patrick Leonard is all in, guys. Once more against Mario. It's pocket kings against Ace-10. Come on, kings. Yes. Let's go. What a run. From one big blind, guys. From one big blind. Let's go, man. That's sick. Oh, all in and a call, guys. Small blind against big blind. Ace-4 offsuit against Ace-Queen. 4s, though. 4s are powerful. And Ami knows that the 4s are powerful. That's a massive hand, man. 1.5 million chippies. No queen on the river. That's really unlucky for Preben Stockholm. But fantastic news for Ami. Seems like our man has a hand. Patrick Leonard deep in the tank. Guillaume Nolet opens and he does jam. Big moment for Patrick Leonard. Good luck. Thank you. I like how these guys are having fun. Oh my god. Focus. Alright, pocket 7s and ace 5. Ooh. Okay, that's the ace. No 7. Come on, no 7 for Patrick Leonard, and the miracle run continues. 24 big blinds, guys. He's actually running so sick. He was down to 1 big blind earlier. We're down to 1.5 big blind, and here he is. Alright, guys, the blinds just went up again in our tourney. We are now at level 31, which means a couple of guys are going to be proper short. Interesting hand between Dvoress and McDavid. What a legend. What is happening here? This spot is massive. 1.4 million chippies in the middle. They don't get much bigger than that. Meanwhile, Guillaume Nolet is back to his old tricks. Oh no, he got called. King Queen against Kings. One more queen for Guillaume. One more queen for Guillaume. No. Kings will hold for Preben Stockholm, the man who was once upon a time a chip leader. Meanwhile, Daniel puts Chris all in on the river. Now, oh, he calls, guys. He calls. Aces. Queen 8. Oh. Chris Kolotnicki is out, and this means we are 1 player away from the final table. Everybody gets a pay jump. As you guys can see, top 11 gets 39k, top 10 gets 48, min cash final table 61k. Guys, we have an all-in and a call. Uh-oh, Patrick Leonard needs a king. We need a king, guys. King or a spade. King or a spade, and we're at the final table. Patrick Leonard jammed. Needs to be a king. Well, that's kind of it, man. That's kind of it. Patrick Leonard had such a good run. Patrick kind of needs to go for it now, I think, right? Here we go. 2.8 big blinds. The aiming will obviously call. One time, and one time only. Well, we need a queen or a 5. A queen or a 5, or we have our final table set for Tuesday. It's a bad call. We need a queen. It's not a queen. GG. That actually really sucks. Would have loved to have Patrick Leonard at the final table. Okay, so this is our lineup. McDavid has a monster stack. Daniel Dvoress second. Michael Watson third. Daming, because he won the Queens against the King Jack, is fourth. Guillaume Noted fifth. Ami sixth. Idris, also known as Elqua, a long time ago, seventh. Preben eighth. And Fabrice is our short stack going into Tuesday. It is Tuesday evening over at Europe, and that means it's time for the final table of another edition of the High Roller Super Millions, the weekly 10K that takes place over at GGPoker. I am Kevin the Koy, also known as Rotterdam, and with me, as always, nice and early, rise and shine, it's Nano Noko. Nano, are you ready for week 48 already?
I'm ready. We got the 1 year anniversary coming up in about a month, man. But we got 4 or 5 more right before. I'm excited. We got a different lineup today. Not our usual characters, but some familiar faces. I think this might throw me for a little curveball today.
I actually did watch the final 4 tables last Sunday, and there was some potential for us to get a lot of more familiar faces. Mr. Gambo had a good run. Limitless was at one point kind of on track for back-to-back title defenses. Dario Sammartino had a good run again in the end, as you guys could see a little bit in the highlight video they actually prepared before we went live. They all fell short in the end. Patrick Leonard, one of your Twitter favorites, had an amazing run. He was at 1 big blind, close to the money bubble. And in the end, he actually got up to 24 big blinds, and he was damn close to making it to the final table. Unfortunately, he went out in 10th place. Well, guys, you have 9 minutes left for some final table betting. So let's just go ahead and take a look at the 9 players that did make it to the final table of week 48. And even though some of the names are maybe names that we're not that familiar with, even though 7 of these 9 guys have made it to a final table before, the guy at the top, Nanonoko, he's here again. And I know what you're going to say, but I actually think it's his week, man. I'm really feeling it. I think this is Daniel Dvoress' week.
Dude, I've picked this guy to win multiple times. He's failed me every single time. Hasn't even gotten to the heads up. What makes you think today is the day? Like, he came in as chip leader once. He got like 5th place or worse or something like that. Like, it's the same thing that's going to happen, Roddy.
No, I watched him last Sunday, and there was something different about it, mate. He was fearless, he was running good, he was not playing to make the final 9, he wasn't playing for those pay jumps. This man was playing to win it. He wasn't the only one, so was Guillaume Nolet. But I think Guillaume Nolet, like, when you can go for a 10 out of 10 of trying to win it, I think Guillaume was at a 14 out of 10, where it's like, I understand that we're trying to win it, Guillaume, but we may be getting a little too carried away here. Anyway, this is our final table lineup. As you guys can see, Daniel Dvoress is not the chip leader. That's actually McDavid, who is someone has made it to a final table before. Doesn't ring too many bells to me. Michael Watson, though, also comes in with a big stack. Nanonoko, is he catching your eye?
He's definitely catching my eye. I believe the last time we actually saw him make mini final tables, but he kept getting 9th place or 8th place and 9th in regular. And then one of them, I believe he got 3rd place, and that one, I believe we were both pretty impressed with his play. Did get a little unfortunate near the end, so with a big stack and just knowing how he plays in general, I think he's got a good shot. Him and Daniel Dvoress, they got big stacks. They kind of they go for it a bit more than a lot of the other players out there, like you described as they approach that final table. I really like those 2 guys out of all the guys here.
Well, you guys know the drill at home. We have 7 minutes left to get a couple of final bets in. This is normally where Nanonoko asks me, where did you put your money, Roddy? Well, right. Nano, it's been a brutal week, okay? I don't even know what happened. It's just one of these weeks in poker where you sign up, you sit down, you play a couple of hands, and before you know it, a couple of rivers go against you, and you're like, oh no, that song starts playing, oh no, and then it starts dropping down real quick. But I did just make 2 little simple bets so you can keep track of it. I put $75 on Daniel Dvoress because I have a really good feeling about him this week. Like, he impressed me last Sunday while I was watching it. I just kind of feel like eventually it's bound to happen. We know that this guy can win tournaments. And just because it didn't work out yet at the High Roller Super Millions, eventually that's going to change. But to make things a little more fun, I also put $25 on the guy that's second to last. When it comes to at least final table betting, he does have slightly more chips than Preben Stockholm, which is the most Swedish sounding name I've ever seen, and I can only assume that he's Swedish. I put $25 on Idris, because I don't know if you remember, but I think I shared with you that one of my friends told me he used to play Warcraft 3 under the ID called Elqua. It's a long time ago, but because of that, I was like, well, if a former Warcraft 3 player makes it to the final table, I gotta put at least a couple bucks in him.
Yeah, you did tell me that. I don't really recall how he played in those previous Final Tales, but I do remember you kind of hyping him up a bit. He used to be a esports gamer, and I mean, apparently he's regularly playing the 10Ks. I believe I've seen him in the lobbies in the 25K sometimes too. So like, he's clearly rolling in it, knows what he's doing. Good thing. This is a game where he can make some money. Warcraft, like, what are you making? You get some no, it's not pylons. I don't know what the hell you do in Warcraft. Collect gold.
Yes, exactly. You collect gold and lumber, mate. Like, you can always become a lumberjack if fucking doesn't work out. And you can collect lumber for your dying days. And let's talk about the two players that we have not seen at these final tables yet. First up, Dai Ming. I think that's United Emirates, right? The flag, if I recall that correctly. So he's playing from the UAE. And then Preben Stockholm, who I can only imagine is Swedish, mate. Come on. You're going to tell me there is someone in the UK with a name Preben Stockholm. Are you familiar with him, Nananoko?
I am not, but I did look at our little slides ahead of time, and I saw his profile picture, and I've seen this guy before in live tournaments. So he obviously he's probably pretty good. I just don't know him. Given that he's got 1.1 million chips, but you know he's going in terms of final table betting, they're placing him as a stronger player than Idris. I'm gonna assume this guy is pretty good. I just don't know him.
Okay. I'm going to assume he's pretty good as well. Apparently, he's not Swedish. He's Norwegian. I mean, come on, Scandinavia, it's all the same thing, right? I think he's pretty good as well. I did take a look at some of his scores in the past, and he's clearly been around for a while. Played a lot of live poker, too. And he did look pretty good, to be honest, last Sunday when I was rating him, too. I think he lost one or two big pots towards the end. But he was actually our chip leader for a long time. When there were like 25 left, he had a monster stack. Well, yeah, it's hard to keep that stack when Guillaume Nolet is around and he just bumps everything up and he's willing to pay for all the chips every second pot. It was pretty outrageous, mate. I don't know what Guillaume was drinking last Sunday, but he was feeling it, mate. Like solid 40% VPIP, 3-bet everything, raising under the gun pretty much every single hand. It was fun to watch, but I also felt that, I don't know, maybe we were getting a little bit too out of line there.
Yeah,
Dai Ming, I can only assume that you're not familiar with, right?
No, but I want to speak about Guillaume. It's funny because in the beginning, when he reached our final tables, he was kind of solid. He wasn't reckless and stuff like this. But ever since he won one of these Super Millions, and I believe he shipped one of those 25Ks, yep. I think his mentality changed. Was like, I'm just trying to ship tournaments now, right? Like, because I can do it. But you know, if you never shipped one of these tournaments and you finally get to the final table, a lot of times you kind of take the approach of, let me collect as much money as I can. I see him a little bit, but you know, Guillaume's got the taste of the victory. So, you know, like, I don't think I liked this play as much in the beginning. I thought he was kind of like trying to hang in there. He was the guy with the queens, you know, he slow played it, right, against the 9-8 suited. I'm sure you remember. But now he's a different man, and you know, maybe he's coming more one of my favorites. Dai Ming. Do you know anything about this guy? Because that is a Chinese name in that screen name, you know, but that flag is not Chinese at all.
No, I don't know much about him other than the fact that he is the reason we don't have Patrick Leonard here tonight, because Patrick Leonard shipped 10 big blinds with King Jack suited. I believe it was under the gun, and then he got called, and I was like, uh-oh. Whenever they called that and under the gun plus bone, they're very strong. He had the queens that hand, the queens did hold, and that's why he made it to the final table, and Patrick did not. Looked quite all right to me, to be honest. Looked pretty solid from what I saw. But no, we've got 2 minutes left for the little pre-show segment. Tell the people at home, I give you $100. What do you do with your $100 right here, right now?
Honestly, it's a tough one to pick, but if I had to pick just first instincts, I'd split it evenly half and half with Daniel Dvoress and Michael Watson. I think these guys got the big chips. I like the way they play. You know, I've seen some of these guys like Amichai. I know he's a great player, but last time I watched the final table last week, this guy was just trying to ladder up the whole time. So I would have put a single dollar on him, despite him being one of the nicest Canadians out there in the world. You know.
I mean, most of the nicest Canadians are Canadian. No, Ami actually got a little bit lucky. We're going to take a look at that soon because I already looked at some of the hands that they selected. And a lot of those hands I did watch last Sunday. I got to say, it's really fun to watch the final 4 or 5 tables. And I did it now for the 3rd time, I believe. But the time zone of that is rough, man. I feel really bad for these Europeans. And at one point, Pats even came in my chat and he's like, come on, brother, I need some run good when he had like 1.5 big blinds left and there were 10 people left. But I was like, man, these guys, they are battling because it must not be easy to stay super focused at like 5 a.m., especially because that's at the end of a Sunday. And we all know how the Sundays go, right? They lock in at 5 p.m. That's 12 hours of high-level poker. So it was fun. We'll see. Final table betting is closed at this point. Hopefully you guys were able to get a couple of final bets in. You guys heard me. I went with Daniel Dvoress and a little bit on Idris. Or maybe it's Idri. My French is not that good, but we'll go with that. It's a different lineup, like Nanonoko said, but I think it's going to be a pretty fun one. So final table betting is closed. Nanonoko, how was your week?
It was good. Nothing too special. That I feel like I've been railing poker, but I just can't remember what I've been railing. But you know, I feel a little tired, but I feel like something in this final table today is gonna wake me up. Like someone's gonna do some big move, and I'm just gonna be like, all right, I gotta pay attention. I've gotta watch these hands. Other than that, I've been good, Roddy.
I mean, last week we had a very interesting final table where it started off slow, then we had fireworks, then it became slow again. And I definitely think we had a couple of fun hands, and I even saw people talk about a few hands that we had. It's really funny because I don't even follow everyone in the world of poker, but then I was like, hey, I commentated that hand and I see these hands pass by one. So it's good to see that plenty of interesting things do happen at our final tables. Well, if you've got nothing special, Nanonoko, why don't we just actually dive into our pre-show and we can take a better look at the 9 players that have made it to the final table this week. We already said a couple times, week 48 already, guys. Our anniversary is coming up. Of course, the usual, we've got a couple of free rolls coming up. And at this point, the WSOPC is taking place over at GGPoker. There are even some rings up for grabs. You can even win a ring by playing cash games. I looked into it, Nanonoko. It's not for me. You need to basically win a lot of big blinds every 100 hands. And I was like, well, that's not going to be for me. Because, you know, I'm happy when I break even. And look, let's be real, a little bit of rake back, a jackpot here and there, and then we're all Gucci. But good luck to everyone who is battling it out for those rings. Let's just take a look at the profile of our chip leader. See if we know a little more about him. McDavid it is. McDavid 97. Apparently satellited his way into this one. He won a $525 mega satellite into this event. Played 13 times, 2 final tables, 4 cashes. That's honestly pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Whenever I see a guy that'll satellite in $500 tournament, I'm thinking, man, this guy, would he have played normally, you know, or is he just a satellite player? But he did play 13 times. It's quite a bit. It's hard to imagine he satellited in 13 times. Other than that, I don't know too much about him, but I do like to see that he's played the Heads Up tournament 10K. He got 4th place in that, so he's got some experience in Heads Up. Maybe he can close one out sooner than Lena 900 can.
Was that the one that Lena 900 actually won, or no? It's a WSOPC, so maybe that was quite recent actually. No, maybe he's just running hot at this point, and a lot of things are going McDavid his way. I mean, I do think that like playing 13 times, making 4 cashes, 2 final tables, shows us that you probably belong in this field. At least you have the skills to back it up. Let's take a look at one of the hands that Mr. McDavid had on his journey to coming into this final table as the chip leader. And he was battling it out here with Limitless. I actually watched this hand live. It was very deep into the tournament. I'll let you take it, Nanonoko. And I can also tell you what Limitless had, as it is blocked by the emote. But I know what he had.
Yeah, so look what happened in this sense. McDavid raised, okay, so it's blind versus blind. He checks top pair, got really trappy. And then he checks the turn top pair as well. Limitless bets, I believe it looks like he's got a 7 there behind that emoji. I don't know what his other card is, but it's probably dead. So, you know, he gets check raise all in. You know, this is quite a weird way to play the 10-9, but I guess maybe he knows his opponent is just going to maybe bluff it off or get committed with a little weak pair there, and the way he played it maximizes chips.
Yep. Well, Limitless had Queen 7 of hearts here, so probably just did not put his opponent at a 9 at all. It is kind of confusing there. What could McDavid possibly have, right? I mean, all of a sudden just bombs it on the turn. I watched it live and I saw the chips go in. I was like, uh-oh, I don't like this. Because as you see, this was really deep. I mean, we didn't even have a full table. I think this was when there were around 20-something people left. But yeah, Limitless in the end. Going for it with the Queen 7. He made the call for the remaining 360,000 chips, which if you look around, it's not that many, right? So obviously once you are kind of in the pot, maybe he just felt like he had to go for it, less than 10 big blinds. Unfortunately for Limitless, his hand is not improved, and McDavid did pick up a big one and knocked out the reigning defending champ. I mean, if we're passing the torch, maybe that means McDavid is going to win it this week. Now let's take a look at the man who's chasing him. Second in chips, a very familiar face, a big name in the world of online poker, and a man who has made it to plenty of final tables before. He's back again, Daniel Dvoress. 7 final tables. Not that many cashes, actually, Nanonoko. If you look at it for how often he plays, it seems like whenever he cashes, he does make the final table.
I mean, that's a good stat, but look, I'm looking at his stats, man. He's got a third, a fifth, and a fifth. I assume whatever the other final 4 final tables was lower than 5th place, right? Hasn't, like, I feel like he should have won it by now, like you said, and I've chosen him to win multiple times, but he hasn't. Maybe, I feel like he's just a little unlucky, maybe, in these Supermans. I don't know what it is, but, I don't know. I'm just not feeling confident again, Roddy. I don't know what to say, but I think he's a great player.
I think he is a great player, and he definitely played great last Sunday. It's always kind of funny when I look at this highlight reel, because I see he got interviewed by Laura, and she actually interviewed me once, Nanonoko, like in a far, far past, when I attended a poker event in Glasgow. So whenever I see this, I'm like, oh, hey, that could have been me, Nanonoko. Instead, I went back to building probes and pylons, and look at me now, sitting here with you every Tuesday. Let's take a look at one of the hands that Daniel Dvoress had on his journey to this final table. Watch this one live as well, and the man on his right actually had a monster stack for the longest time. Sean Daniels. Sometimes, what I feel when I watch these guys, and I have this too when I play poker myself, sometimes there are people who just, they go into a hand and they're like, I'm gonna win this hand. And they don't care what they have. They don't even think about what their opponent possibly have. It's just like, no, this is my hand and I'm gonna win it. And that works out most of the time, unless your opponent actually flops something really good. And that is kind of what happened here.
Yeah, it's funny because I looked at the lobby once. I saw Sean Daniels was like the chip leader. I'm like, okay.
Yep.
I remember him being reckless, and he'll be really fun to see at the final table, right? And then it looks like he's bluffed off all his chips here, right? Like, look, when he limps here with the 10-7, he tries to get a free flop, and then he goes check raise it. Like, you're right. This is just a pretty much, I want to win this pot. I don't care what you have. I hope you have like a 9 that's going to fold, and even then, there's a chance that hand doesn't even fold. It's wishful thinking, really, and bye-bye chips.
Yes, it's one of these hands where you look back at it and you're like, that was really unnecessary, wasn't it? Everyone's like, yep, that kind of was. A bit of a punt, a bit of a blow-up. Sean Daniels just wanted to win the hand, but Daniel Dvoress was not planning on letting go of trip 6s. You can't really blame him here, small blind against big blind. Kind of bizarre, it's so deep into the tournament. Probably Sean Daniels played very well up to this point to get the amount of chips he had in the first place. And then he just kind of gifted it all away. And this was when there were like 20-ish people left as well. As you guys can see, the stacks were already quite big. I mean, that was kind of a gift, but after that, I think Daniel did a great job in even building his stack, increasing it a little bit. He lost a couple big ones too, once when he even was ahead, but he still brings over 3 million chips to this final table. Let's take a look at the man that's chasing him, who comes in third in chips, and this is the profile of Michael Watson. As you guys can see, he's an ultra regular in a high roller Super Millions. He has only missed a single week, guys. Played 47 out of the 48 last Sundays. 6 final tables, 15 cashes, but he has never won it, Nano.
Yep, Sir Watts, Mad Dog here, third, fourth. I remember, like he got a lot of 8th and 9th places, but looks like November 15th. Wow, that was actually some time ago where he did pretty good. He's been around a really long time. Also a Canadian player, also very nice, just like the other guys out there. He goes for it, and that's what I like to see whenever I want to pick someone to final table bet and win it. Sure, maybe he's going to bust out here and there, but to be fair, the times he got 8th and 9th and stuff like this, every time he came to our final table, he actually came in like 9th place every single time. So him with a big stack here, I think this is going to be quite promising.
Well, let's take a look at one of the hands that he had that absolutely helped him to get up to 3 million chips, as we just saw how Sean Daniels busted out of the tournament. This is how Sean Daniels lost a lot of his chips, and it's actually kind of an insane hand. I watched it live, so I'll let you just take it away from here and you can relive it.
I mean, it looks like Sean Daniels 3-betting. Well, he's got Queen 8 suited, of course. Standard Sean Daniels, right? Gets called by the ace-9 of clubs. Flops a pair. It's pretty good. And I guess this guy's got so little respect that the ace-9 is still calling him out of position, right? Like on this 10-10-8, he just sees some backdoors like, yeah, and this guy's just so reckless. Turns the club, river to club, man. It's just brutal, because from Sean Daniels' point of view, the hand is played perfectly, I think. I mean, pre-flop, debatable, but, you know, as played, it seems fine. It's just a mega cooler as it ran out.
Yep, both players making the flush in the end, and Sean Daniels going for all of it, thinking his queen high flush is good. Michael Watson called him with the ace high flush. That's kind of insane, because if Sean Daniels would have played this hand maybe a bit different, or he wouldn't have played this hand at all, then there is a good chance we would have seen him at the final table, because the previous hand, obviously unnecessary. This one, bit of a cooler, of course, but perhaps also a risk you take when you start 3-betting Queen 8 of clubs. It is what it is. This really helped Michael Watson to get a proper stack, and that's why he's entering our final table with over 3 million chips. I'm sure that some of you guys heard my alarm go off. I believe that we've got a free roll starting in 10 minutes from now, guys. We're giving away 10 $5 tickets, and the password for the free roll is WSOPC, World Series of Poker Circuit. There you go. Enjoy. Good luck if you're participating. And let's take a look at the man who comes in fourth in chips, who I believe is one of our unknown faces. Diming 1-4, 1-3, 1-9. We're probably just going to go with Diming for the rest of the evening, because that's a lot of numbers. Very first time he cashed in the High Roller Super Millions. Only played 4 times. Did satellite his way into this one. Well, may not have cashed yet, Nananoko, but the first time he did cash, made the final table immediately, and comes in with over 2 million chips. It's got to feel pretty good.
Yeah, like, look, I'm just looking at the screen, and he's either Asian, Chinese, or he just loves Asian people or something. I don't know, but he's got a Master Roshi from Dragon Ball Z avatar. Like, this guy has to be Asian, like Chinese. It just has to be. But let's just assume, take out the name, take out the avatar, looking at these kind of stats, it seems like he wouldn't play the Super Millions if he doesn't satellite in. I'm going to assume that all 4 appearances he did satellite in. Probably had a good run in that GGSF M16 high roller. It's like, okay, I'm going to play some 1K satellites to get in here. Other than that, I don't know much about him, but I'm kind of secretly rooting for him because I think he's a Chinese dude.
Well, let's take a look at one of the hands he had where he was battling it out with one of our favorites, Artur Martirosyan. He once again got pretty deep. As you guys can see, this is also kind of a crazy hand. It went all in on the flop, Nananoko, where both of them had a flush draw. And that's obviously not good news for Artur, even though he still had 2 live cards, but he could not improve. If you look at this hand, do you think it's wild, reckless, or are you okay with it with the king high flush draw and the gutter ball?
Well, I think from Diming's point of view, yeah, you can't ever play like a straight and a flush draw poorly, right? Like, because you always have, you know, pretty much flipping usually. He actually gets it in good though, which is amazing against the Jack 9 of diamonds. Looks like Artur, I mean, he's playing like 20 big blinds. You know what I think the mistake in this hand is really is he usually has aces. He doesn't have aces this time. Aces would win this hand.
You know what's really funny is that literally yesterday I took a look at a highlight video that Ben CB posted, I don't know, either on Twitter or on YouTube, and the very first thing I see, like I skipped past some point and I'm like 2 minutes into the video, first hand I see Artur Martirosyan with aces, and I'm like, no, this can't be real. How does Artur always have aces? It's the sickest thing. Aces would have helped him this time. Unfortunately, he did not. Jack 9, no good. Congrats to Diming. Looking forward to seeing how he plays, right? It's always cool to see a brand new face at our final table, and maybe he can give us some proper fireworks tonight. Now let's take a look at our next man. Coming in 5th to this final table, brings 1.9 million chips. You said it before, ever since he won not just the High Roller Super Millions, but he won that 25K, as you guys can see, for over $1 million. It seems like Guillaume Nollet is living the good life. The man had a decent VPIP, often around 36 to 40%. He was 3-betting a lot. He was jamming a lot. He had no fear. It was honestly kind of fun to watch Guillaume Nolet last Sunday. Even though I didn't know what he had, I was still enjoying the show. As you guys can see, he's a regular to our tournament, 41 appearances, 6 final tables, 15 cashes. I mean, with the win, definitely profitable, right?
And back-to-back final table. We got back-to-back, like he went baking first. But, you know, like, he's back-to-back final tables. Yeah, like I told you, he's got a taste of the win, and he just wants to keep tasting it, you know? Like, he's impressing me more and more. I think in the beginning he didn't, but over time, he's winning my heart over. And given this lineup, you know, give him a little bit extra chips. I think he's gonna put some damage to your favorite guy, Daniel Dvoress.
Well, let's take a look at one of the hands he had, and I think you'll kind of like this one, because this is kind of what I was expecting that was happening last Sunday. I didn't obviously know what he had in this hand, but it's a fun one. I'll let you just take it from the top, because I've already seen it.
Yeah, it looks like such a crazy hand. This guy, he's got the ace of heart nut flush blocker, right? But given the action, look, Guillaume raises, gets called in position by Elio Fox. It's okay, it's a three-way. João Vera, I miss João Vera. C-bets, okay, gets called. We don't know what Elio Fox has, but wow, Guillaume just plays this really gangsta, huh? He bets the flop, checks the turn, and goes for a check raise on the river. You know, the thing is, the way the hand is played, Elio Fox looks like he's got a pretty strong hand. I think, like, he could have a hand like King 10, Jack 10. I guess given the way the hand was played, he doesn't think Guillaume can really just have some epic bluff, which he does somehow. The ace 8. Here, Guillaume blocks the flushes, of course. Ace of hearts quite important, right? Because, like, he doesn't expect his opponent... His opponent actually can't have a flush that often, besides like a 9-8 of hearts. With the King, Jack, and 10 of hearts out there, you don't expect them to have Queen 9 of hearts. You block all the ace. Like, it's very little flushes. So I think it's pretty good hand reading from Guillaume, to be honest.
And the ace is obviously a perfect card, because it's not just the ace of hearts, right? But obviously you can still kind of block ace queen as well. I don't know if that matters, but
it matters for sure. Yeah.
It's just a little cherry on top. Well done by Guillaume. I had the feeling that he was pulling off a couple of moves like this, because I'm just watching and I'm like, you can't literally always have it, Guillaume. Nobody always has it, other than maybe Arthur. Arthur does always have aces, but everyone else, like, there's got to be a couple of bluffs in there. So it was really fun for me to see this head back and be like, aha, he was bluffing, at least in a couple of these big spots. Now let's take a look at the next player coming in 6th to this final table, as our actual poker guys will of course start in 13 minutes from now. That's the main event of the evening. That's why we're all here. We still have a few more profiles to cover. Amichai, he's here again. Not back to... Oh, it is back to back actually. Yeah, that was last week. I was like, was that 2 weeks ago? But no, that was last week. He was awfully timid last week at our final table. He just kind of sat there, often had a VPIP under 10%. But as you guys can see, he is a grinder. He has played each and every single high roller Super Million so far. 6 final tables, 15 cashes. Has never won it though, Nano. And I don't know if that's going to change tonight. It's obviously going to be a bit hard with 1.6 million chips. But hey, 32 big blinds. Anything is possible. Are you happy to see Ami back?
I'm happy to see him back, but I can tell you during our final table, you know, who's going to win it game. I'm not going to pick Amichai, so just letting you know ahead of time. Last week, I just thought, I don't even know how he got 4th place. He basically folded his way to 4th place. Well done. Today, I'm not sure what place he's going to fold his way to, but the thing, he does play everything. He literally plays everything, right? All the high stakes tournaments, all the medium stakes tournaments. He'll play all the satellites. He'll stake he'll look at all the staking lobby. He does everything you can do as a poker player.
Maybe he does some final table betting as well then.
He for sure does. Remember last week, there was so much money on Amichai. I'm like, I think this guy put some money on himself.
Well, let's take a look at one of the hands that Ami had on his journey to the back-to-back final tables here in the High Roller Super Millions. And this is a hand where, quite frankly, he got very, very lucky, Nano, as all the money went in on the flop, and he didn't get it in very good.
Yeah, it looks. How short was he? I mean, look, this guy looks like he can barely pay a blind at this point, right? Like he's got a couple. So, did get lucky. Looks like it's funny. He actually eliminated Elio Fox somehow with this short stack. So it always feels good. You know, like when you're playing like a bounty tournament and you've got like 10 big blinds or less, and you still knock out someone. It's just, you're like, oh, it's unexpected, but it feels good.
That is actually nice. I actually confused this hand with a different hand I saw, because there was another hand, a big one, where Ami did get a bit lucky, but it wasn't this one. Here he did have the ace of diamonds, and obviously he got Dvoress out of the hand, so I guess that is kind of nice, right? He obviously didn't have to worry about Elio Fox, since Elio Fox had no chips to begin with. Literally like a quarter of a big blind by the looks of it, so maybe then I don't really hate it. It's obviously still nice to pair the ace so you can pick up some of the dead money, but he would have won the 80k that Dvoress bet anyway if you would have just got him to fold, which he did. So well done by Ami. I guess a hand that doesn't tell us that much, other than the fact that he likes his ace of diamonds if there are 2 diamonds on the board.
Yeah.
And then let's move on and take a look at the profile of the man that I did put $25 on, because I didn't know it at first, but my French Warcraft 3 friend told him, it's like, hey, do you know that Dvoress is Elqua? And I was like, I did not, but I do remember that name from a long time ago. Played Warcraft 3 apparently in 2003, 2004-ish, so we're talking ancient esports history. But he's becoming a very familiar face to all these high rollers over at GG, man. Like you said, it's not even just the 10Ks. We've seen him in some of the bigger ones too. And he has made our final table 4 times at this point. 2 second places, cash 10 times. And I honestly feel he always plays quite well, Nananoka. You said you don't remember too much, but I remember us just looking at him and be like, yeah, actually everything made sense. Nothing too wild, but definitely not too tight either.
Yeah, solid player. We actually haven't seen him reach our final table for like 5-6 months at least, but the thing is he's only played 21 Super Millions, right? So definitely doing all right. I don't remember him getting second place twice. I didn't know he did that well, but maybe he needs a first today.
It is actually kind of weird, because the October 18th payout, that doesn't really look like a second place payout. So maybe there's a minor error in our graphic. I think you're right. I do remember 1 second place. I don't remember 2 of them. That looks a little more like a top 3, top 4 kind of payout. Yeah.
This video is tripping me out. Like, it's just such a short video, but just keeps replaying. It zooms straight into his face every single time.
I mean, he's a good-looking Frenchman. What can I say? Let's take a look at one of the hands that he had where, well, it's safe to say that he did get very, very lucky, as this is a hand that even Roddy can analyze. Pre-flop, all in. He raised all in only, lived up to his name. And he decided to 3-bet. Dvoress decided to just go for it. That's kind of a wild play, to be honest. How many big blinds is... Wow, that's a crazy amount of big blinds. And he gets called. That's perhaps a little bit out of line with King-Queen offsuit. Got called by the Ace-King suited, but got very lucky with the Queen on the turn.
I mean, he had the blockers to the Ace-King, so they can't have Ace-King, right? Yeah, right. Like, obviously just jam straight into it. Pretty much this is a play that regs do on each other if they think their opponent is 3-bet bluffing a decent amount. And knowing it's a 10K, there's probably a lot of guys 3-bet bluffing the spot, button versus cutoff. So King-Queen is a decent hand to do it. It's a semi-bluff. Hands like pocket 8s, pocket 7s, they kind of do it as well. Otherwise, if you just wait for ace, like kind of like jacks plus, ace-king plus only, you're kind of just going to keep folding 3-bets over and over again. You got to get lucky in these things, man. Like, you think the guy who wins the tournament is just like knitting it up throughout, like Phil Hellmuth style, and try and get first? No, they're getting lucky here and there.
Yep, and this was definitely one of them, because this was a lot of big blinds. The big blind was only 6K at this point, so he is jamming 260, gets called, and well, obviously gets it in bed, but the run out was amazing. It's cool to see him back. Put $25 on him. Make me proud, mate. Give me at least a sweat. I'm not expecting you to win it tonight, but give me a little bit of joy out of my bet. Taking a look at the next man, also a brand new face to this final table. The second player that has never made it to our final table before. Preban Stockholm. I think it's impossible not to read this name without trying to go for a little bit of a Scandinavian accent. As you guys can see, he is 6th on the Norway all-time money list. He has played in 21 of these, so it's actually kind of shocking that we haven't seen him to our final table yet. Did finally make it this time, Nano, but he comes in pretty short. 1 million chips, though, do you believe?
I mean, it's safe to say, based on these stats, he's not winning in the Super Millions yet, but I usually don't believe in the bottom guy unless he's Michael Adamo. That's end of my story.
Speaking of Michael Adamo, this hand probably my favorite of all the hands that we are going to review in our pre-show. Obviously, we only have one more to go, but let's take a look at it. Because Preban Stockholm was battling it out with Michael Adamo. And Nanonoko, I wonder what you think of this, because I looked at this and I'm like, damn, this hand is just wild. So let's go ahead and take a look at the hand that I have been quite excited over. We've got aces, we've got Michael Adamo, and we've got a board with 4 clubs. Nanonoko, do we make this call against anyone that's not Michael Adamo?
I mean, let's walk through the action real fast. So Adamo opens and Preban, he 3-bets aces. Okay, straightforward, of course. Gets called. Flop, bet, call, turn, check, check. River, Adamo jams. Wow. It's and he's got top set on a 4 straight, a 4 flush, and a royal flush is possible out there. This is a hard call to make. Honestly, I don't think you can make this call against anyone besides this guy, Michael Adamo, who knows how to turn his hands into bluffs. It's really nasty. You know what it was? He's probably thinking, look, how often does someone have a royal flush? Never. So he clicked call. That's pretty much it.
No, like, it's funny because normally when people call off with like top set, you've got a set of aces, you're like, well, yeah, sure, great call, mate. But on this board, this is probably the ugliest board I've ever seen to have top set of aces, because it feels like you don't beat anything. You even lose against a single red king, right? Like the king of hearts, the king of diamonds, anything beats you. Obviously any random diamond. But he still found the call. He was deep in the tank for this one, which obviously I think makes some sense. But he decided to make that call button in the end. I mean, I looked at it, I'm like, damn. I don't know, like, what makes you call here other than the fact that it's Michael Adamo?
Pretty much, that's the main one. Like, I'm trying to think, okay, let's just, king of clubs. How can he have king of clubs? I feel like the only king of clubs he can have here is king, queen offsuit. He's not calling a 3-bet with king 10 offsuit out of position, king jack offsuit, not ace king would have jammed it in pre. So it's still possible though. I do think Adamo will call a 3-bet out of position with king queen, but you know, maybe it's that hard to make a well flush. Would Adamo value jam pocket 9s here? I don't know, like a club. But then again, Michael Adamo might just 4-bet jam pocket 9s in pre-flop. So you know what? I think Preban was thinking like, seems unlikely you got the king of clubs. And it's his opponent. Like, he can make moves. But, like, for him to jam here, like, I'm thinking the most likely hand I would see that turns their hand into bluff is, like, a jack 10. You know, like, oh, jack 10's never good here. But he's got jack 9. I don't know. It's just impressive.
Yes. Very good call by Preban. He was a chip leader for a long time, but eventually lost a couple big ones where he did often get it in good. I don't remember all the details anymore because, you know, those hands took place between 3 and 5 a.m. At that point, I'm sitting behind my computer. I'm like, blah, 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 blah. Let's get to the final table, boys, so I can go to bed. But he often got it in good, and it felt like he was playing really well. So, a bit surprising that he's never made a final table before. Let's see how the Norwegian will do tonight. And that means we've got 2 minutes left until our actual live poker starts. And that's where Nanonoko starts waking up because it's still like 4 or 5 a.m. for him. And that's where I also start waking up because I've had a very long week with a lot of StarCraft. Let's go ahead and take a look at our short stack tonight. A man that has made it to our final table before. Fabrice. Here it's a Brazilian flag. At the table he's got a Moroccan flag. Formerly known as Fab5. I remember you were talking about him. He has played 27 times in the High Roller Super Millions. Comes in with only 650,000 chips, which equals to 13 big blinds. You happy to see Fabrice back?
I don't really remember too much. I just remember him being from Brazil, so I was like, oh yeah, they're always really crazy. I don't remember if he was personally, but he's gonna need a good run here to kind of get in the green.
Yep. You guys can see in the bottom right side, he did make it to 2 final tables before. One of them was the big one, as it was part of the high roller week. So he got a little extra, but 6th place. I think tonight he would probably sign off for a 6th place. Let's take a look at one of the hands he had real quick, where Fabrice was battling it out with Pascal Hartmann. And, well, he flopped the goods. That's always quite nice when you just call off from the big blind. Is this the ultimate big blind special, Nanonoko?
Pretty much, but it's such a crazy way to play it, right? He flops a boat, he check calls, and he leads the queen into the play. I don't even know what the hell that is, but it induces his opponent to raise a flush draw. Then he clicks it back with the full house, and then it's such a bizarre way to play the hand, but you know what? It won him the most chips.
I mean, often when you hit a flop this hard, you are wondering, how am I going to make this pot bigger? Because if you just like check call, then it often feels that the pot stays so small, right? And if you then go for a massive raise on the river, it's often hard to get paid off. But well, this time he got all the chips of Pascal Hartmann, who got a pretty unfortunate run out. Got the spades on the turn, got the king on the river, felt it was good. It wasn't good, not even close. Was pretty much dead on arrival. Needed runner, tens or kings to possibly win this hand. And that means it is time for live poker. I know this is why all of you guys are here. Well, other than maybe a couple free rolls. Nanonoko, I've been bothering GG. I was like, guys, I see all these other streamers. I see Sasha. I see Egyptian. They've got these cool new GG hoodies, you know, the one with the black and the white stripes. And I'm like, GG, what the hell is up? Where is my brand new hoodie? Because I rock the other GG hoodie all the time. I actually really love it. We'll go around to my supermarket. Nobody in my little village knows what GGPoker is, but it's all good. I'm rocking it, and I didn't get a new hoodie. Then I kept DMing them, and now Nanonoko, for the high roller super millions, I'm wearing the GG hoodie, and I'm dressed up like a tiger, and I love it.
Well, no, I've never seen that one, but I guess you know, you just gotta keep trying, and you'll get there, right? Just like in poker, keep getting all in bad, and you'll eventually get there. Roddy, so congrats. You did win something from pestering them over and over again. You got it done. Well done. But today, or now, not today, but now, it's time to pick a winner. Roddy, since this is such a weird lineup for me, I'm going to let you pick first.
Well, I already told you. I'm just going to go ahead and passively host the channel on my Twitch. I forgot that. I really have a good feeling about Daniel Dvoress this week. Like when I was rating the tables last Sunday, he felt like he was solid. He impressed me. So I'm going with Daniel Dvoress. And oh my goodness, look at the short stack in hand one.
Well, you know what? I think I'm going to go with Guillaume Nollet. You know, like he's been such a crazy player ever since he won it. He's been putting... I think in one of those tournaments he put in like 8 rebuys or something. I can't remember what it was. Just very recently. He's won it before. I think we need to add another 2-time champ to our list.
Well, let's see if Guillaume can get the job done. It's not a bad pick, I'll tell you that much, because he definitely will play for the win. Look at Fabrice. Our short stack comes in with a little over 10 big blinds. First hand gets kings. Goes for somewhat interesting sizing, but it works as Michael Watson takes the bait and he decides to 3-bet ace-10 offsuit. And at this point, he's forced to call, right? He can never fold anymore. So Michael Watson is priced in, and we could lose our first player in the very first hand, but Fabrice gets it in good.
Yeah, I'm very surprised that 3x debated his opponent super hard. Let's see what happens.
So far, the kings are good. We need an ace or, wow, that's actually a great turn. We need an ace-10 or a club for Michael Watson. Ace-10 club. Nope. Queen is safe. Fabrice hits us with the running HUD immediately. And he gets the full double in the first hand. 3x. Yeah, you're surprised by that one?
I am, because of his stack size, right? The guy was playing 14 or 15 big blinds, threw in 3 big blinds with pretty much the nut pre-flop hand, right? The second nut pre-flop hand. Like, he did all the signs to discourage his opponents from give him action. Even the big blind. He's like, big blind, I don't even want you to see that 5-3 suited big blind special. I know what I've done to people with it. I think it was a mistake, but you know what? I don't know how he got Michael Watson to give that action.
Look at this, McDavid just jamming the 10-8 offsuit from the small blind. And this is one of these spots where if you're prep on Stockholm, you're probably like, I think my king 8 is good here. But can you really call off 20 big blinds? Obviously, there's a couple of short stacks. He is one of them. It's just hard to call off 20 big blinds, but that's a risky play by McDavid early on.
Hey, this final table is already like better than the
Fireworks.
last one. I feel like like just craziness has happened already. Fabrice now opening King Jack suited 1-1-1-1-1. What is these sizings?
Well, he is going to face some resistance here as Daming has picked up ace king offsuit. Prebon had sixes there in the small blind, but he decided not to get out of line. He's like, well, this is hand 3. First hand you raise, you had kings. Maybe I should fold the sixes here. And he does. Let's see what Fabrice does now that his king jack suited got 3-bet. He will let it go. 3 hands and 3 times we've got some chips going into the middle. I like it, Nananaka.
The funny thing is, during the deciding who to pick to win it, I was about to pick Michael Watson. Glad I didn't, because he just dusted off those 600,000 chips or whatever. I kind of wanted to pick the Chinese guy, but I'm like, what if he's just some satellite nit? You know, I don't know.
Yeah, he wasn't too crazy. I was watching, and he honestly wasn't too crazy. Look at Fabrice, by the way, just getting hit with the deck early on. Sometimes it sucks when you wrap up a tournament on Sunday, and it's like, all right, the final table gets placed on Tuesday evening, and you're like, God, I come in as this short stack. I know how this is going to go. I'll play 3 hands, I fold a bunch, get all in, and I'll probably get eliminated. Well, not the case for Fabrice so far. We saw sixes being folded before, and let's see what Daming does with his sixes on the button.
But look, Fabrice is making it a 1-5-5-5-5-5. This is bigger than the 3x now, Roddy. Like, I don't know what he's doing. Is he like, is he trying to get page ups?
He was known as Fab 5 before. Remember that? That was said on his profile. So the man loves fives.
True. Yeah, but such a interesting sizings he's using, right? So we'll see how he develops over time. Is there some overall game plan here? But it's funny because, right, he makes it bigger when he's got ace king suited and kings, but he made it smaller when he's got king jack suited, which seems counterintuitive. You want to kind of flip it around, don't you? Like, you want the action.
Speaking of action, Guillaume Nolet is going to give Idris all the action here, and Idris hates to see it. You open up ace deuce suited under the gun, you're like, all right, and you just take a look at every box, fold, yes, almost through, and then they jam on you, and you're like, damn it, we were so close. But in the end, it didn't even matter.
Sounds like a song lyric.
Linkin Park.
Yes, you see, I knew it.
Tried so hard and got so far, but in the end, it didn't even matter. I don't know if he tried that hard with the ace deuce. Look at Michael Watson, just casually 3-betting king 10 suited under the gun +1, and actually gets Daniel Dvoress to fold his sixes. Well, the sixes are not seeing any flops tonight.
Hey, that's what I like to see, though. Like, because that is an aggressive play right there. You can see, like, he's like, I'm going to go for ways to win this tournament. And yeah, he got it in bad at the ace-10, but you can see the mindset. That's the mindset you want when you want to try to just play tournaments in general.
I was about to ask, like, did McDavid do anything yet? And I was like, yeah, actually he did. He did jam 10-8 offsuits from the small blind. Guillaume Nolet has a set. Now that's something that, Diming is in trouble, mate. Diming is in trouble. He's betting into the guy with a set. You can't do that.
Hey, you know, you're like thinking, okay, did McDavid do something? You know who hasn't done anything? Continuing from last week, Ami Bear. Hasn't played a hand yet.
I can't believe Guillaume Nolet just folded a set pre-flop.
Yeah, he's been on the show many times. He should know.
He absolutely should know. I mean, Mr. Gamble said he will never take my advice again, but after this hand, Guillaume Nolet will. Come on, Michael Watson. In Nananoka's world, this is somewhat connected. An 8-3 suited. Sees a flop. No 4. All right, Guillaume Nolet. I'll let you off the hook. He did not have a set, Nananoka. Misread the board.
Well, you know, he could, if we can see the turn or river.
Rabbit hunt. No turns and rivers for us, Daiming. With the C-bet, it takes it down. I do like the defense there. 8-3 suited, Nananaka. We're praying.
We see, so like, look, I'm not really good at the maths, but like, is it possible? Like every tournament we have, do they get dealt every single hand? Like a 2-3 offsuit with pocket fours, pocket fives? I don't know. Like, I have no idea. Just a
I
dumb
mean, I,
question, maybe.
yeah, I mean, I cannot answer this question. And let me go into the database of literally every hand that has been dealt over the last 40s. Yeah, actually, no, we missed King 10 offsuit in week 33. Actually, no. There was not a single King 10 offsuit.
Uh, all right, where are we at? Let's back to reality.
Guillaume Nolet opened. McDavid decided to defend his big blind with ace-3 of diamonds. And it's a beautiful flop and a decent turn as well. As now we actually do take the lead.
Well, I think Guillaume should be checking down his hand. Oh, nice. Perfect, huh? The perfect way to lose maximum.
Yep, that is very unfortunate for Guillaume Nolet. Obviously, there are 3 spades on the board, and you're going up against the big blind that can have any 2 cards. So I don't think that Guillaume Nolet is going to go broke here, but he's definitely going to lose a couple chips. Let's see what McDavid decides to do. Goes for the overbet. I like it, Nanonoko. Hoping that the ace did connect with Guillaume Nolet. I think it's pretty smart.
It's quite interesting. I'm trying to think from Guillaume Nolet's point of view because Guillaume looks like he's got an ace. He checked back the flop, he checked back the turn, like he's in middle position. And Guillaume must be thinking, why are you over betting into me?
Because he has it.
Because he has it. That's what I'm thinking. I think Guillaume might be able to be smart enough and get away from this because this streams strength to me. Great fold.
Very solid fold indeed. So you would prefer McDavid to check there, let Guillaume see if there is any value to be gained with his ace? You think that would be the better gameplay?
100%. There's multiple reasons for that. One, you don't let your opponent do good hand reading and fold hands like that. But two, your opponent might try and represent the ace. So maybe he's checking down like a hand he's trying to give up, like a queen jack offsuit. But he's like, oh, you know what? Maybe I'll represent that ace. Because McDavid will have oftentimes middle pair that can't really handle the heat anyways. And plus, your opponent might bet and hoof his ace. I don't know. It just seems, when you see that fold, it's the wrong play.
I was about to wonder if Prabon Stockholm was going to do anything wild with the Ben CB powerhouse, but wrong suit perhaps, so he wasn't really feeling it.
It's the spaders, right? All right, let's see. So I imagine, such a crazy way to get away. I think that was very greedy, what McDavid did. Like if he went pot size bet, like I can get behind it, but like over bet, it's like your opponent has an ace. I don't know. It's weird.
Then again, it does suck for Guillaume to fold. Like we can sit here and be like, Guillaume, great fold. And in 30 minutes, he'll feel good about it. But right now, these are the hands that do kind of tilt you, right? It's like, why are you all of a sudden overbetting the pot? Like you probably have it, but it still kind of rubs you the wrong way because nobody likes to fold a hand like ace jack there. So we'll see. Maybe it's part of the bigger plan. King Jack offsuit, opening in relatively early position. Pocket tens on the big blind just casually makes the call. And I think Daming is going to be quite happy he didn't decide to 3-bet this because that's not a good flop for ace king or for tens.
He should have, well, he's thinking that, but he should have 3-bet because he would have won the pot. There's no way Guillaume's going to be playing the King Jack. Funny, didn't we see King Jack every single hand last week? Like
it was the hand of the evening.
Yeah.
No, that's true. Obviously, if he would have made it quite big, there's a good chance that the King Jack would have folded, and then we would have never seen that flop in the first place. Instead, he just called and he hated the flop he saw. Daniel Dvoress is opening up Queen 9 suited, but Michael Watson got the kings. And let's not forget that the last time Daniel Dvoress opened, I think it was sixes, Michael Watson 3-bet him with King 10 of spades. Daniel obviously doesn't know that yet, that happened. But this is going to be annoying, right? If you're like, again, mate? Again? Like, what are you doing?
Yeah, it's... When this happened in such a short amount of time, and kind of these positions, it's not that late either. You're kind of thinking this guy's making a move on me at least one of those times. So it's going to be on his radar.
Daniel, even though the sizing wasn't like crazy big, it was only 3.5 big blinds extra, decides to let it go. We've got pocket fives, we've got pocket kings, but fives go into the muck.
So, who had more chips to start this tournament, Daniel Dvoress or Michael Watson?
Michael Watson had or Daniel Dvoress had more chips.
Is that right? Because looks like
Yes.
Michael Watson got the position on Daniel Dvoress, and Daniel Dvoress is probably regretting his seat selection now, right?
Mm-hmm. Now, Daniel Dvoress had 3.2 million coming into the final table. Michael Watson had 3 million. We just saw somebody make it 295 with the kings, which I thought was a little small. Guillaume Nolet doesn't like small. He's going for 390k. I like how Fabrice hits him with the running hut.
Yeah, like what is the running hot for? Like it's unrelated.
He is on fire. His VPIP is showing the very hot run. We saw Idris open up ace deuce suited earlier under the gun. Is he going to make another play, this time with ace 8 suited? Nah. Not a believer. Pocket sevens, though, for Prabon Stockton, the man who has not really played a hand yet. He is playing 15 big blinds and some change. If it folds to him, you think he jams?
I think he's playing it. I'm not sure if he's jamming or open raising. It's kind of annoying because both open raising and jamming kind of suck, but folding seems like worse in the three options. So he's gonna be pretty relieved when he gets this through.
Yep. We saw that the rest of the table had garbage, so Prabon Stockton wins his first hand of the evening. That's obviously good news for him, as he is the shortest stack at this point. It's actually quite close, around the million chip mark, right? Like you've got Prabon there, you've got Idris, you've got Fabrice, and then Ami has a few more chips, and he's got a set. Let's see if he decides to play his set or not.
I mean, it did get folded to him, but he does strike me as a guy who usually will fold this.
Who folds the set pre-flop, Nananoka? He's
You
got
already
the best
made
starting
this
hand.
speech like 5 minutes ago. Like, you're gonna go for it again?
We didn't see the turn or the river, okay? That 4 was there. Something you just smell a 4. Let's see if we see a flop this time or not. Obviously, Idris is very short. Queen 8, not quite good enough. And the best hand takes it down. I mean, that's the way it should be, Nananoka. That's the second pocket force, by the way, in 16 minutes of poker.
Like, I'm asking some dumb, or I keep track of some funny stats. You're the guy who just pocket fours is all you need to know about.
People believe, man. It's a well-known fact at this point. Whenever I play, people are like, hey, Roddy, how to pocket fours? I'm like, they still always make a set. I had another friend who's like, it's not fours anymore, it's fives, man. Like, really, it's fives. And I was like, all right. And then he's like, something changed in the software. It's pocket fives that always make a set. I'm like, sure. We've got jacks, and Daniel Dvoress makes the call with ace 6 of hearts. Not the greatest flop for the ace 6, but I do see backdoors.
That's a lot of backdoors. If he wants to, he can get a little feisty here.
Second premium for Guillaume. First kings, now jacks. You think Daniel calls one here just to see a turn? No. I would not have hated it, but it's obviously not super necessary either.
The thing is, at final tables, people kind of get a little bit less fancy, you know, like on the build up there, people just think of like the craziest ways to win pots. But when you're here, you're like, I waited the whole day. I'm not going to do anything too crazy yet.
You know, small blind against big blind between the two guys that have been battling a little bit, even though it didn't go all the way to flops, turns, and rivers. But the 2 times that Daniel Dvoress opened, Michael Watson did 3-bet him. And let's see what we're going to do with the Queen 5 offsuit. It's not a very pretty hand, Nananoka. Out of all the hands to limp with, I think that's kind of a funny one.
Yeah, but I guess if you're gonna get a free flop, then it's pretty much fine to limp with anything as long as you get free flops. But when they start raising you with garbage hands and you're folding, that's when it becomes not so good.
Well, the flop is garbage. He makes the call. All right. He's not a believer that Michael Watson flopped anything there. Michael Watson did flop quite decent. Top pair, 10 kicker. Obviously no diamonds on this board, but A small blind against big blind battle, you'll always be happy to flop top pair.
Such a weird call on flop, queen high.
Yeah.
Like, I guess it is the best hand, but I don't know. Like, I think if he had a spade in his hand, then sure, but he didn't even have a spade.
I know, really did not have much going. Just kind of felt like, I hope a queen rolls off on the turn or something, or at least a 5. But all right, that happened. Got a couple of medium hands here. King Jack offsuit, Jack 10 offsuit goes into the muck, but Queen 10 suited on the button. That's kind of a beauty. And Guillaume Nolet has been opening a couple of times already. Daniel Dvoress just makes the call, flops backdoors again.
Yeah, well, but you know, like he still has a 2 overs and a little gut shot. He's definitely continuing in some manner. It's gonna be kind of hard for Guillaume to win, in my opinion, but we'll see what he does. Like he bets, he's gonna get called. He's gonna lose the pot. He checks, the opponent's gonna bet. He's gonna lose the pot. Like he needs to hit a king.
Yeah, well, yeah, you might think that a jack is good, but a jack would be the absolute worst card. Daniel Dvoress does bet, and actually bets quite big there. 4 big blinds into this spot. Takes it down immediately. That's good, because things were starting to look, I don't want to say dire, but it never feels nice to wait 2 days to play a final table and then lose the first 5 pots that you're involved in. So
I mean,
it's good
look,
to take one down.
is there a Roddy curse where you don't pick the winner? You know, like, is that a thing? No.
Right. I've been picking the winner the last 2 weeks in a row. Okay, Lyconen was my pick. Limitless was my pick. By the way, since you were pointing out last week that literally every single one of the players besides Limitless had a gold ribbon around their name, besides Limitless, he does have his ribbon now because he won the Super Millions last week. So
Okay, so it wasn't because of an avatar. He really didn't win anything.
no. Well, I mean, he won things, just not the things that gave him the ribbon.
Look, there's a lot of fish on this one, right? Because McDavid doesn't got one, Prebins doesn't got one, Fabrice doesn't have one, Idris,
You know,
like these all garbage players here.
do you know how hard it is to earn that ribbon?
It
It's
can't
very
be that
difficult.
hard because 8 of 9 dudes last week had it. These are just
Well,
all fish.
we had a proper lineup last week. A lot of them won the high roller super millions before as well, you know. Look at Prabon, by the way, going for the check raise here with his ace high flush.
Yeah, but look at Idris. Idris, the retired Warcraft player, getting worked here because he doesn't have a golden ribbon.
They just don't respect you. They don't respect your C-bets. Like that's a pleb avatar if I've ever seen one.
Move up to where they respect your C-bets. That's what I think.
And we are a solid 22 minutes in now. We have not lost a player yet. I believe last week we didn't lose a single player yet after an hour of poker, even though we had a couple of shorties. Obviously, the longer it takes, the more careful in general everyone is going to be. You see the page jumps on the left. It's worth waiting for.
You know, that kind of reminded me of that, like, because usually we lose like one guy, right? Maybe we lose two. Sometimes we don't lose it. But I still can't not forget the Adamo one where he eliminated like half the table, or I can't remember how many people, but it was like the funniest like tournament I've ever seen.
I think we went into the first break with 4 or 3 people. It was
Yeah, it
either
was
4 or 3. It was pretty sick.
And he had all the chips to win it, then loses to Yuri in heads up. Like it was just the funniest thing.
I mean, that was the best thing ever for Yuri, because the stat that I won't forget about that week is that Yuri came into the final table like 6th or 7th in chips, then made top 3 with less chips than he came into the final table with. So that's already amazing. You get 6 pay jumps while losing chips, and then he still ended up winning it. I mean,
And
one
he
of my
didn't
favorite
play.
weeks.
He didn't play a single hand before the heads up. Just want to remind you that too.
Sometimes you just lean back and let Michael Adamo do all your work. No, what's wrong with that?
I mean, yeah, guaranteed second. Like it's a nice thing. These guys are taking real long in this hand for some reason, but cool.
Yeah, it seems like a couple of them are sitting out as well. Maybe there's a minor technical difficulty, but Guillaume is back. I'm sure that Michael Watson will be back soon too. As Daniel Dvoress picks up another round of blinds. As you guys can see, the blinds did go up a few hands ago. Obviously, they go up. Ooh, we could have some fireworks here. Well, we are going to have some fireworks here in Ananoko.
Yeah. Yeah. for sure.
It actually looks a bit bad, I'd say, for Idris because there is an ace that I see 2 kings, 3 kings. He cannot hit a king. This is actually pretty sick, man. But I gotta say, it gets a little bit awkward for Michael Watts. I mean, you don't fold queens, I guess. But under the gun +1 opens, then you got a shove and you've got queens. I mean, I guess we
He's
just
not
don't.
folding, man. This guy's got 13 big blinds. Come on, Roddy. No.
No, I know. But it's still a little bit like, looks powerful. Well, we know he's not going to hit a king, and one of the aces got folded too, so it's going to be damn hard for Idris to win this. And on that flop, it becomes even harder. He needs, one of the 2 last aces. Oh,
my God.
Are you kidding me? Yeah, that is ridiculous. That is absolutely ridiculous. I mean, the ace of hearts was already out. I can't believe that he just hit his 2 out. He probably feels that he had like 6 outs there, or 5, but he had literally 2 outs.
That was sick. Like, that's when everyone starts throwing out their kings too and really rub the stones.
Yeah. One by one. Unreal. I mean, that's nice. My $25 bet is still alive. Nanonoko running hot over here.
Hey, he's giving you that's the action you want, right? Like you were saying, at least give me a little sweat. That was a super sweat.
I on that flop, I mean, obviously when I looked around the table, I was like, he's probably not gonna win this. Then I see the flop and I'm like, well, technically it doesn't change that much, but it obviously doesn't look pretty because he could be drawing that. We've got aces and kings between 2 very big stacks here. Our chip leader with kings and Guillaume Nolat, one of the most aggressive players at this final table, has got aces. Nanonoko, how big will this spot be?
It will be for all of the chips. I just thought it was funny. Last hand, you're just naming all of the outs. Guys got 2 outs of ace, king, and queens. I've never seen that in my life. But aces, I didn't see what cards got folded. So those kings seem live. 2 outs as well.
I do believe they are very live, but so are the aces. I like the sizing. We're 3-betting to 420. It's like you always take that a little less serious, 410, 430, but 420. Are you making? Oh my goodness. Well, Guillaume Nola says, thank you very much, mate. Let's play for all the marbles. 4.4 million chips in the middle. Solid flop for the aces. Solid turn. A 7 or a 3 would be, well, it doesn't matter actually. Never mind.
Nice
Sometimes
try.
it does matter. That's not a king. McDavid hasn't played a whole lot of hands yet. Well, plays his kings and loses an absolute monster pot. When you get snap called there, you know immediately, right? Even if you have kings, you get it all in, you feel good, and then you see he calls in 0.5 seconds, you're like, he's got aces.
You ever play live poker when that happens? You're like, and then you're holding your kings. You always ask the guy, aces? Question mark.
Yep. And then they nod and like, yeah. And then they flop them over. And then they don't show them yet. They just say they have aces, but they don't show them. Like, just show, mate. Like, we're all in. Like, why are you not showing me your aces? That's so annoying at lowest stakes live. People say what they have, but they don't show their card. I'm like, come on. I mean, that's brutal for McDavid, who goes from our chip leader, the man who came into the final table as chip leader, to one of the shortest stacks.
Mike Watson's cold run is rubbing off on a chip leader. Like, I'm glad I didn't pick either of those guys. Ace King here. Now it's going to go for some action.
Solid timing.
Hey, I just want to say, my pick, chip leading it.
I mean, it's not a bad pick. I did tell you that. But Guillaume Nolet is also someone. Yeah, he can blow up. We know it. You give Guillaume Nolet some chips and he gets a little crazy.
I mean,
Ami might play a hand here.
Yeah. Let's see. Preben Stockon. I don't know how to say that name, but he's got 2 8s. He's got what, 18 big blinds? He's gonna raise.
Do you remember Judd Trump from last week? Our Chinese player with the snooker avatar. He was having a pretty good run this week too. You know the hand he busted with?
Pocket fours.
Pocket 8.
Oh, right. Okay. I get the story now. I get it.
Yeah. The Chinese player, they love 8. Yeah, Ami just folded ace queen offsuit, by the way.
What did I say during the pre-show, Roddy? I said, I am not going to pick him to win. I'm just telling you ahead of time. You don't got to sweat it. Yeah. I don't know what's the word to use. I want to say what a hilarious fold, but I'm not sure if that's the right wording for it, right?
What about conservative? Like Fabrice jamming the jacks here. And obviously this is a fold normally, but when Guillaume Nola just wins a bunch of chips, he can get a little crazy. But let's go with the ace-10 of spades. Fabrice is having a great run so far, man. He came into this final table with 650,000 chips. He's up to 1.5 million. Obviously, Idris also gained a lot of chips. He came into the final table with, well, 1.3. He gained 600K. How did he lose chips? I guess he opened twice and he was... Yeah.
Yeah. I just remember him luck boxing that hand.
I just want to point out that Ami snap folded pocket fours. And I know people can be like, pocket fours on the gun as a fold. It's not. You don't fold a set. We're going to see this flop. There's going to be a 4 there. And Ami barrels are, damn it, so sick.
We've had this story like 3 times now in the first 30 minutes. But I still can't believe he folded ace queen there. That's ridiculous. Oh, pocket fives would make a set if there was one.
Yeah, but there were no pocket fives. Turns out it's easier to see a 5 and nobody has pocket fives than a Noko. Shocker. Good flop for Diming. Guillaume Nolet is going to continue betting. And I can only assume that we're at least calling here if we're Diming.
It's funny because now we got to say this is a good flop for ace-5 because you got backdoors, right? But remember when we didn't know about backdoors before? We're like, this is a terrible flop. But now it's like, what a dream scenario. Hit a spade, maybe hit a 5, an ace, the 8.
I mean, isn't one of the oldest sayings, it's hard to make a pair in an Noko? How can you say it? It was always a good flop.
But
always
it's,
a good flop.
It's easy to make a backdoor in this game. Like, really easy.
Guillaume Nolet is going to check back as the 8 obviously did not improve his hand. And Dai Ming's got to feel pretty good at this point about his ace-5. Especially with the 3 rolling off on the river. Ami would not have made a set. All right, guys, I will give up on the pocket fours until they finally make a set again. And then I can tell you guys they always make a set.
Come on, just deal. I want 1 pocket fours every 20 minutes. All right, let's see. I need to hear the story. It's gonna hit.
No.
So you hit a set 1 in what 10 times? I believe, or 1 in 8 times. I don't know what it is on the flop, but we're getting there. We got 3.
I think it's less than that, Nananoko. I mean, it's been a while since I looked up those numbers, but I'm pretty sure it's less than that.
I knew the answer before, but for some reason it's just. Wait, look, stop, look. Oh, it just folded pocket fours. Did you see that, Roddy?
It's 11, so yeah, it's 1 out of 9, 1 out of 10, 11.8%.
Your man folded pocket fours. You should be mad.
You knew Michael Watson had queens.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter if you're gonna win the hand.
That is true. He would have flopped the set. I mean, he's been away from Warcraft for a long time. Now he starts. Damn it, we don't even see a flop.
I know, it's brutal.
How often are people going to get pocket fours tonight, by the way? That's 4 pocket fours in like 32 minutes of play.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, we didn't see the flop 4 times, did we? So we can't say
only once.
One of those could have actually hit it. We have no idea.
Okay. Now, actually, we saw 2 flops, but only 1 time we saw all 5 cards. But yeah, let's let it go. To be fair, like there was a time that I generally believed it, right? Because pocket fours just made sets nonstop. But lately, I've been getting wrecked, man. Like it's like the universe is balancing it out, and I don't see that many sets anymore. Pocket fives, though, could very well be the new pocket fours.
You know what's the funniest thing is you're like, all right, let's move on. And then you're like, I got to continue talking about it.
Look at Guillaume Nolet. He's like, I saw you open under the gun twice already, and you folded. So I'm going to see how strong you truly are this time. But I have the feeling that Idris is going to fight back a little more against Guillaume. Because Guillaume as the chip leader, we know that he likes to 3-bet Nananoko.
This would be a really impressive fight back, right? Because he's under the gun versus small blind. I know he's a chip leader, but this is still an aggressive play. But it just strikes me as a smart guy, but sometimes you just got to run.
Obviously, ace-10 at the end of the day, not that great. But I had the feeling that he wasn't really trusting this 3-bet from Guillaume. And he was right, but it's hard to pull the trigger, especially if you've been running quite all right so far. You actually gained a couple chips. You don't want to still go out in 9th place.
He was probably thinking, this idiot probably has one of those ace-5 or ace-4 offsuit type hands. But then he realized his opponent was in the small blind. I think if he was up against the big blind, he for sure would have known. Like, he's got something. Like, not worthy.
Ami opening, as it got folded to him. The Jack-10 offsuit. Not a great flop for Ami. Let's see what he does.
So Jack 10 is playable, but Ace Queen and Pocket Fours is not, Roddy.
I mean, to be fair, there was action to him, right? Prebon opened as a short stack. I think it was under the gun or under the gun +1. That's when he folded ace queen. It wasn't an open fold because that would truly be outrageous. He does take this one down with a c-bet. Well done by Ami.
The funny thing is, I think if he had jammed Ace Queen or whatever, I think Prebin actually would have folded the eights. My read, but I could be completely wrong. But given the way people usually play, I think they would fold.
Unless they're Chinese. They definitely call.
Yeah, you got me.
Never seen a Chinese man fold pocket eights, no matter how many big blinds we're playing.
Yeah, they're like...
McDavid's got aces this time, as it is time for our second free roll of the night. I actually don't know the password, so I'm going to look it up for you guys, as we'll see if the aces get any action. The passwords for our second free roll that starts in 10 minutes is rings. So we are fighting for rings at the WSOPC. RINGS. Free roll should start in 10 minutes. Good luck, guys. If you're playing, you can win $10 tickets for one of the satellite events. Good luck. Uh-oh.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
This is all in play, huh?
This could actually be real bad. Man, imagine if McDavid comes into the chip leader or comes into this final table as a chip leader, loses most of his chips with kings versus aces. Following a hand he plays with aces, he goes broke against the king high flush. Why do I feel like it's going to happen, Nanonoko?
I don't know, but given the bigger c-bet sizing, I think Watson's probably going to jam.
A spade and it's all over, mate.
Yeah, I think he will jam, but he's actually not going to get in. He's not going to have as many outs as he thinks he's got.
Yep, probably thinks that the king would possibly be good. The king is not good. Well, the turn is safe for McDavid. It would honestly be justice for him to hold here, and he does hold. No space on this run out, so he's kind of back to 2.5 million. And perhaps the story will now shift towards Michael Watson, who did come into this final table with a top 3 stack, Nanonoko, 3 million chippies. Not much left of those 3 million.
Pocket 5 is going to make a set. That's my read.
There's a good chance, man. My friend is convinced that pocket 5s are the new pocket 4s, so let's see if he's onto something.
I bet you the viewers, they're like, these guys, they're really pushing these pocket 4s and 5s today.
Well, we are going to see a flop. That's kind of nice. As Daniel Dvoress makes the call with a7 of diamonds. You know, I'm feeling the 5s a bit more than I'm feeling. Oh, no 5 this time. 8, though, with a 1-outer. I did not even think the diming had a chance of flopping a set because David has an 8.
Roddy, Chinese guy makes, with pocket 8s, makes set with 1 out, let standard.
It's like, he's like, obviously, it didn't expect anything else.
Wow, the perfect bet size to get McDavid to continue, right? He cannot fold the mid pair for this price.
Well, he wasn't wrong dead, but he is wrong dead at this point. He needed a 6 or 5 to keep his dreams alive of winning this hand. But it was hard to get a 5 with pocket 5s already being folded by Guillaume.
Yeah, I think Diming's probably like, please have King Queen, please have King Jack. It's going to get nothing though.
Nope. He's going for the biggest sizing here on the turn. McDavid is going to let it go. Pretty, like, obviously nobody busted yet, but we've seen a lot of big pots and a lot of chips being sent across the table so far. McDavid had 7-8 offsuit the previous hand. This time he's got 7-6. He jammed on Prebon stuck on before with 10-8 offsuit, and he's going to jam on him again with 7-6. I like how aggressive he is from the small blind.
Yeah, it's kind of like, look, the simplest way to play is just put your opponent all in. It's a lot of big blinds, but... Okay, hold on. Go for it. Speech time, go.
I mean, what are you going to do? You're one of the shortest guys at the table. You've got a set. There is a chance that you can get it in real good against ace-10 of clubs. I mean, come on, Nanonoko. But no! He was thinking about it, but I can't really blame him. We are going to... I don't know. We're going to see a flop. If I'm Prebon, I probably jam here, right?
100% this is a jam, but I can't believe these. Like, these high rollers, I don't know where they learn about folding these pocket fours and stuff, but it's really ruining our show. Like, we need to lower the stakes where people actually play pocket fours.
I mean, maybe for the anniversary edition, we can give them $1,000 bonus every time they make a set with pocket fours. Like, then we'll see some pocket fours being played.
Like, I feel like they need to be in the big blind in order to play pocket fours, right? They need the best price possible.
Or just a big stack, like a massive stack, and then they can always open. Michael Watson was thinking about it, but I can't really blame him. Like, memes aside about pocket fours, the man came in with a top 3 stack. Imagine he jams fours there and he gets called by 9s, 10s, jacks, and he's just out. That'd be an insanely bad performance.
Ami Bear, Queen Jack suited, 20 big blinds. He's debating whether to open jam this hand. He is going to do it. He's had enough.
It's annoying for Guillaume though. Obviously, he's never going to call, but he's like, man, I wanted to see a flop. You get 8-7 of diamonds. It's just fun to see a flop, right?
You know, the funny thing, before that hand, whoa, who cares about that? Never mind. Go. Whoa, well, 110 left.
Yep. Ami Barrer doesn't play too many hands. We saw him fold the ace queen early after Prabon opened. Now it gets folded to him. He's going to open things up with the 10s. This is just a setup, man, because it's Guillaume Nolet as well, right? You just already jammed into him.
Yeah, and you got to look at the stack sizes too, like, and the positions. There's no way, like, no way. And there's like no one short.
I would literally never fold pocket 10s here ever against whatever Guillaume would do. And I think that goes for many players. And that probably goes for Ami too. Like, this to me is just a slam dunk all in. It's like, you're 3-betting some garbage there, mate. How do you like them apples? 1.5 million chips to the middle. And Guillaume is like, I do like those apples a lot because I've got aces again, mate. Just like I had aces against McDavid. 1 out. Nope. Jack or a queen for a sweat? Nope. We are drawing that on the turn. And that is it for Ami Bearer. Unfortunate, man. That's just a setup. Nothing he can do. But Guillaume Nolet is running hotter than the sun at this point. Getting aces is one thing, Nanonoko, but getting all the chips to the middle with aces, that's something that poker players only can dream of.
Yeah, because, like, he got it twice, and he got full double ups, right, against kings into 10s. What a great pick by me. Like, my guy is well-deserved. He's playing great. He's got aces. He just re-raises it, wins chips. Good riddance of Ami Bear. That guy wasn't going to play a hand anyways, Roddy. Let's move on.
Nice, Nanonoko. The man plays literally every single high roller super millions. You may not want to push these players away. Unfortunate for Ami. It's just a setup. I don't think anyone would ever fold 10s there against Guillaume.
Nah, of course not. The funny thing is, I know Ami Bear a little bit, and he probably thinks, like, what the hell? What did I do to Nanonoko to just make him hate me?
I'm pretty sure that goes for a lot of people that listen to your commentary. They're like, since when is Nanonoko such a dick? Like, I used to play live poker with him. He was so nice. I've seen him commentate the Triton series. He was so nice. Now we take a look at him with the high roller super millions. This is that Rotterdam guy. Is he rubbing up on him? Like, what the hell?
Well, Guillaume actually in this situation got a massive chip lead, and we've been saying it. When he's got a massive chip lead, he's kind of been going for the win. Like, it's gonna be hard to take it away from him, isn't it? And like the two guys, I hyped them up. Daniel Dvoress, Michael Watson. Like, one guy's got no stack. Daniel Dvoress has been kind of like playing a little bit more gun shy, I feel. It's an easy game. I'm only worried about Dai Ming, Chinese guy.
You know, I actually did. I mean, I didn't even mention it because I can't call this a bet, but I think I have like $5 or something in Guillaume. I don't know. Don't ask me why. $7 for a $64 return. The sweat is real.
Okay.
I looked at my balance and I like to get like an equal number sometimes. So then I just put like whatever I have left. I only wanted to bet on 2 players this week, and I like Daniel Dvoress. And then I was like, let's equal out the balance.
Whoa,
so $7 might turn into 64. Nanonoko, we're gonna play some flipping goals with Elkie at 3 a.m. and see if we can run it up.
He probably is playing. What time's it over there right now? It's not 3 a.m., right?
No. It's 13 minutes past 9. This is when Nanonoko or where Elkie is still doing fun things. Maybe a nice dinner, hang out with Jenny. 3 a.m. is flip and go time for Elkie.
He's like, Jenny, you asleep yet? Because I gotta go to the computer.
Every 30 minutes, Elkie gets out of bed. He's like, one more round.
Yeah, he's like pretending he's taking a piss break, right? But he's actually flipping going.
And that's the beautiful thing about flipping goes, right? Especially the $20 one at night. You know, it's really sick. One time I did a flip and go at like 4 a.m. because I was drinking some whiskey. But there aren't too many people who play the $20 flip and go at 4 a.m. because that's obviously for degenerates. And I won my table and I was immediately top 2 in the tournament because only like 20 people signed up. So the winner of the 2 tables, we were just in the money. And my 100, I think I bought in for max bullet. So it was $160. Immediately like $800 minimum return. And the other guy that won the other table was like, you want to make a deal? I was like, yeah, sure. I was like, that's the quickest money I ever made. Flip and go, in the money, deal, done. I was like, that's good. You know, ×5, let's go.
Yeah, so you didn't even play a single hand.
Nope. We just made a deal in the first hand. He's like, it's just you and me, mate. I was like, yeah, let's make a deal. Chop it up.
All right, let's see. Ming, my man.
What a first hour for Guillaume Nolan, mate. That's actually kind of insane.
Yeah, he came in the middle, didn't he?
Yep. Fifth, I believe it was. Yeah, fifth in chips. 1.9 million. 6.3 million now after not even a full hour of poker. Must be nice.
You said he was playing like 40% VPIP or something. Maybe he just kept getting aces. Is that possible?
No, we saw that in the pre-show. He was like bluffing on the river against EDO Fox with just the ace of hearts. He was definitely not having it. Like maybe he had some good hands, but he was super aggro last Sunday night. Then eventually lost some chips, so he slowed down. He's like, maybe we should make the final table.
Well, at least we did lose someone during the first hour. I know that's one of the things you like to think about. So we got it done.
Solid observation. And then we started with 9. We have 8 left. We lost someone.
But you know what, Arati? Some of our final tables, I feel like in the past couple weeks, there's been like it's been kind of like dry, a little bit slow. But this one's actually like, I know it's like aces versus kings, but it's exciting. You know, queens versus ace king, but somehow it's a 2-outer only.
Yeah. I was actually thinking about that show last week. And at one point, obviously, the heads up was taking forever. And we were kind of memeing about like not too much was happening. But then I looked back at it. I was like, to be fair, they were actually playing some pretty good poker. It just took a long time. And I was like, man, I feel like both Nano and I are coming across like a bunch of fishes where we're like, we just want to see all the chips go in the middle with aces and kings. And I'm like, that's not what poker really is all about. But every now and then it is just fun to see a lot of chips go towards the center.
Look, you put us like when it's in the wee hours in the morning during the heads up for over and over again. We can't help but want to see a little action. But yes, I do know what you're saying.
Well, this is a lovely flop for Michael Watson, who is our shortest stack at this final table at this point. He flops top pair. If Guillaume noted c-bets here, which he probably will because of the ace of clubs, I think Michael Watson is just going to get it all in, and I wonder what Guillaume does. Oh, he checks back instead. Well, Nanonoko, are we going to get all the chips in now?
Now he's got a chance to actually get eliminated from the tournament with that card, huh? I think Watson should jam. He doesn't have many chips remaining. If he bets and like he doesn't want to bet like 250K, have the worst card roll off, and then he wants to shut out his opponent. Well, it looks like that's what he's gonna do, but like it could get really bad if like obviously an 8, a jack, a club, and he's just left with like 5 big blinds.
Well, that's the perfect card instead. Nanonoko, the man is a genius. There was no better card to roll off on the river than that one. Michael Watson is going to send all of his chippies towards the middle, and Guillaume Nolet will gladly call off with ace-queen. And we'll receive the bad Neil set. He should get aces again instead to win pots.
Yeah, don't play ace-queen. It's too weak. It's not even ace-king.
What a river card. Was there a better river card? No, right? That has to be it.
Actually, the fact that Guillaume didn't bet the flop actually ended up making him lose more, right? Like, because he would have got check raised all in, it would have folded. But I guess on the bright side, his opponent only had 10 big blinds.
You think he'd always fold there? I don't know if he would always fold on the flop because...
Yeah. Good point, Roddy. Like because you see, he's got ace, might have the best hand. He's got the extra
Yeah.
equity of the high cards and the club. Probably not supposed to, but you
No, I
might.
don't. I don't think he'd fold there. Ace queen with the ace. Maybe without the ace of clubs, he'd think about it, but I don't think he was gonna fold regardless. Lovely run though for Michael Watson. He had nothing to worry about. Fabrice. This is the worst hand I've seen Fabrice play tonight. Even though he's been somewhat active, the VPIP is not really displaying it, but to be fair, he's been getting involved with his short stack.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess he stopped doing the 3x thing. That was like a phase, you know, he got over it after that one level.
Then Dvoress picks one up with the king 8 of spades. We're closing into our first break, but we still have a couple of minutes of poker left. Let's see if we're going to make it to the first break with all 8 players.
I missed that. Remember that one guy who just went all in, or like 10x? What's his name? Pie guy,
yeah.
or what was his name?
Yeah, the guy who like made it like 1.2 million preflop with queens over and over again. Yeah, he had a. I know exactly who you're talking about. I can look it up for you if we have nothing to
Pie. It
do.
was pie. Something about pie. I remember.
Yeah, he had that weird superhero avatar. It was like a kid
Yeah.
that was dressed up like a superhero. Yeah.
I missed that guy. You know what's funny is that after he placed that, I believe it was the Spring
He
Festival.
was firing away. I saw it too.
Yeah,
Right? He was
playing the
firing away.
25Ks, man.
Yep, that's always so fun to see. I'll see if I can find it for you.
Wow, Diming just folded King 8 offsuit in a small blind with these stacks against Guillaume. That's a big fold.
Taking a look if I can find it.
And who is it, Roddy?
Pie. Just pie.
Pie. Okay, I knew it was something with pie.
Pie X2. McDavid is going to pick one up with his pocket nines. We've got a few more minutes left. Let's see if we can get any fireworks or not. I gotta say, Prabon has been quite tight. Obviously, if you're playing, you know, between 10 and 15 big blinds, it often feels hard to really make a lot of plays and be very creative.
And they moved them up on those poker share odds too. Like that, they got baited. Whoever bet on him.
On Prabon?
Yeah, because like the guy hasn't played a hand, right? Like, how's he gonna win it if you don't play a hand?
He played pocket eights, to be fair.
True, he did get his opponent fold ace queen, so hats off to that.
And that opponent is eliminated.
Ace 10. Kind of probably a fold, I'm gonna guess.
I think so. Against under the gun +1 open.
Yeah.
Idris has been playing somewhat tight too. Like not crazy tight, of course, but definitely not getting reckless.
Yeah, and also his opponent, you want to look at the stack size your opponent's opening off of. If it's like kind of that smaller stack, then you want to fold. If it was a chip leader opening, then you can definitely make a case for ace 10 going for it, even in those positions.
Speaking of the chip leader, he's going to open things up with 9-8 suited. Daniel Dvoress folding the suited king 8 there. And Michael Watson will let it go too. It's been just an absolutely amazing hour for Guillaume, who was not maybe the chip leader, but he had a massive stack when there were like 25 people left. And he got in a bit of trouble, but he's back perhaps where he belonged. He's going to open ace queen here. And this is one of these moments where maybe Idris feels that it's time to make a play with a king jack. Against the chip leader, you don't hate it, right? Because you're like, there we go.
Battle.
Yeah. I don't know if we folded any kings or aces, but obviously Guillaume should call here. I don't really see any reason for him to fold. He is going to make the call and receive the news that he is ahead. Can Idris find a king or a jack? So far, he cannot. Bad flop. Needs a king. He needs a king or a jack. It's going to be a spade instead. That means that Guillaume knows that his ace of spades is good. And Idris will get eliminated in 8th place. It's actually pretty sick, man. Every single time when people want to fight back against Guillaume, he just has it. This time, he didn't have it all the way, but he still had a pretty good hand.
Yeah. By the way, he made a king high flush in case you care, Roddy.
Nobody cares about that. Like, I really hate it when people point it out. It's like, wow, you even had a flush. It's like, who cares? You look at your outs. That's
look,
the only thing you care about.
On that run out, it's actually second nuts versus nuts. That's a big cooler, in my opinion.
Yeah, great, Nanonoko. When we get pre-flop all in, nobody cares. Well done by Guillaume, though. The rich get riches. 7.3 million chips. What an absolutely amazing first hour for him. And the rest of the table is just kind of chugging along, trucking along. I think Dai Ming won a couple chips, right? Not many, but a few.
Yeah, but I think it was just from 3-betting like premiums and getting their opponents to fold. He's been, I think he's going to be a little quiet. He did satellite in, but I saw him fold King 8 in the small blind against the chip leader, so I just assume he's here to chill.
Prebon folding ace-3 offsuit there from the button. That's the short stack. 10 big blinds. It's obviously not super necessary to jam there, but be nice to win a round eventually, you think?
Yeah, debatable. I think some people jam, some people fold. I don't actually know what the answer is, but you can see how, like, let's just say he doesn't get an opportunity coming up. It's going to be a disaster, right? Like, he's going to have like 6, 7 big blinds after he eats some. Yeah. That's when I'm like, I wish I jammed before.
What is Fabrice thinking about? The Doyle Brunson, maybe one time. This guy's probably raising garbage. Well, it wasn't garbage. That is going to do it for our first hour of poker in week 48 of the High Rollers Super Millions, the weekly 10K that takes place on a Sunday. We play our final table on Tuesday. Hopefully you guys are having fun. I know someone that's having fun, and his name is Guillaume Nollet. If you guys are watching on Twitch or Facebook, make sure to head over to GGPoker.tv because that's where you can watch the rest of the show. We'll see you guys in 4 minutes.
Hello, everybody. Daniel Negreanu here with some good news from the GG Poker Network. We've been preparing a promotion for the new year called GG Care. As any poker player might know, sometimes you find yourself in what we call unfortunate situations, some ugly bad beats, right? Well, that's where GG Care comes in. GG Care will take care of you with huge prize pools available every day. Let's see how you can get your GG Care benefits. Aces versus kings. Yep, all in before the flop. I mean, nobody's going to fold that, right? That's just a setup. It's a cooler. I can't imagine being, at the final table of the World Series of Poker heads up and this happening to me. It's just brutal. Bad beats should never be a thing, but they are. Thanks, GG. I flopped the top set. Very nice. Some fucking idiot chases a runner straight to suck out on me. Unbelievable. But in my darkest moment, GG Care was there. Thanks, GG. Flop the second nut set, the middle set on the flop. It's an impossible cooler. How can you be beat there? The guy has top set. Nobody's folding that. Sometimes it just feels unfair. Thanks, GG. As you can see, in the most unfortunate of situations, GG Care will appear for you. Are you curious how to get these benefits? Don't worry, you don't even have to lift a finger. First, simply enjoy the game as usual. Whenever something unfortunate happens, GG Care will be there. Secondly, when confronted with such circumstances, GG Care automatically will register you into a flip-out tournament with a huge prize. Just check the pop-up window. Thirdly, take a rest, have yourself a nap, get yourself a good night's sleep, clear your mind of all the bad beats, and when you wake up, the daily GG Care prizes will be waiting for you. That's all there is to GG Care. Pretty simple, isn't it? Just play the game as normal and GG Care will take care of you. And the prize money will only grow more and more in the future, so keep your eyes posted and good luck, everybody. I hope you don't have too many bad beats, but if you do, GG Care will be there. Thanks, GG.
Elkie was waiting to come back to the final table.
Fedor holds things. Oh my god.
Michael Adamo is the best.
Hello guys, welcome back to our second hour for High Roller Super Millions Week 48, where we are down 2-7. And Guillaume Nolet is very casually dominating this final table.
Easy peasy. And we actually lost 2 guys at the right before. I thought it was going to be 1. Pocket 8s. That's the hand today. Look, 1 outer set coming again, in my opinion.
I'm gonna say I'm not feeling super good about my Daniel Dvoress pick anymore. I do think he's gonna have a decent run tonight, but obviously losing a couple chips so far, and that's also not the flop that's gonna make us chips here, because he's probably gonna feel pretty good about flopping second pair.
It's also hard to win, right? Like, he needs to hit a 7. I guess he's more likely to hit some clubs. Yeah, he's dead.
Or he starts betting now, and then maybe McDavid will give up. There is a chance. But that's not going to happen. Daniel Dvoress checks the turn too. McDavid's probably not in love with this board, but after check, 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 you're going to start feeling somewhat happy with your 8s. He said he's going to check again. It's very unlikely that Daniel Dvoress has a 10 though. We might just see 2 more checks. And McDavid is slowly but steady recovering from running his kings into aces earlier into this final table.
I wonder if McDavid can find a bet. Does kind of seem like he's up against a 7 a lot. But I don't mind his check. I'm just curious if he could have found a bet.
But I mean, nothing happened. False flop. Like, there was not a single chip going in, so why would he be up against a 7?
I'm saying, like, he wants to be up against a 7. But yeah, he could be up against airball, of course.
Yeah, exactly.
But he's not up against a 10 or flush. A king, I guess, is still possible. So, yeah, it makes sense.
Well, 2.4 million. The man started the final table with 3 million. Being now down only 600k obviously sounds bad, but knowing that he lost 80% of his chips earlier on, it's going to make him feel somewhat good about the recovery. He's actually 3rd, 4th in chips now, so it's not too bad. I was about to wonder if it would fold all the way to Michael Watson if he would have jammed and if McDavid ever would have called, but I guess Daniel Dvoress would have opened his ace anyway from the button. Instead, it's going to be Guillaume Nolet. This is having the time of his life at this point. Everybody's going to try to outladder each other. He's just going to keep up picking blind after blind. Must be nice.
Yeah, but you know, it is what it is. I guess they're kind of all waiting for Prebin Stockton to take his prize money and go somewhere else.
I have the feeling they can wait a long time for that, because Prebon has not shown us too many moments where he's been willing to put chips in the middle. Right when I say that, he does make the call this time with the Queen 7 of spades. But that is an ugly looking flop. And I really like this super tiny c-bet by Daniel, because Prebon is just, if he has it, yeah, he'll go for it. And if he doesn't, he's going to fold here. So it actually makes sense, even though that flop wasn't much for Daniel.
Yeah, basically the key is the stack to pot ratio. If your opponent's playing like 10 big blinds smaller, you really only need a min bet, c bet like all the time.
Queen 5 is not the dream hand in the small blind, but whenever they fold it to you, you do always start thinking about it. Is this my moment to finally pick up a big blind and the antes?
I think so. Especially if I've seen timing like seems quite a little bit tighter. I think get a little bit extra more fold equity. I would love to see him jam here. And like everyone's waiting for you. He's folds. But I'm just saying everyone's waiting for you. So like a small blind versus big blind there, it just really seems like a jam to me. But maybe I'm wrong.
If it was suited, I think he would have gone for it. But I don't truly blame him. I mean, he's been waiting this long. Then in the end, you don't really want to share the story to your friends that you busted with Queen 5 offsuit after it folded to you.
Yeah,
Diming.
it's the good old classic story, Roddy.
So what happened at the final table? Well, I was pretty card dead, and then eventually I got it in with Queen 5 offsuit. Excuse me, what hand? Queen 5.
It was suited, right?
No. Wow, Diming just folded ace jack suited, I believe, on the button, if I saw that correctly.
It was definitely ace jack. I don't remember if it was suited, but it doesn't really matter. It's tight.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of what I expect though. I kind of don't give him that much of a flack because he satellited in, so like I understand his logic. But some other guys, when they're really tight and they're like playing every single tournament out there, you know, like it's kind of a little different.
Fabrice decides to defend with 10-9, and he does flop mid-pair, but he obviously knows that the ace is a problematic card. Definitely hits McDavid a little bit more than it hits him. And it sure as hell did this time. It's a big bet too. If he would have bet a bit smaller, I think maybe Fabrice would have seen a turn. If we call here, then what's in the center is almost more than we are playing. It gets really weird with second pair.
Yeah, I noticed Big David does use some bigger sizings post flop, so it definitely kind of changes things. Against someone who uses bigger sizings, you actually probably should defend your big blind less. The reason is, like, say, you know, normally you call any pair, right? But if this dude's betting like 3-4 big blinds on the flop, well, you can't really call any pair anymore. What a interesting one.
This could be a fun one, as Guillaume Nolet opens things up from the button with Queen Jack suited and flops quite well. Second pair, backdoor spades, gut shot. But Daniel Dvoress flops better with top pair in the gut shot.
I'm like, can Guillaume even win this pot? Like, what does he need to hit?
Oh, queen.
Oh, right.
Running spades, a queen, you know, we can get there.
It's tough though.
So we're gonna chop it up. Unless Guillaume gets ultra crazy here. I don't think Daniel would ever fold. It does get scary. If you're Daniel Dvoress here and Guillaume Nolet just goes all in, like, aren't you a little bit disgusted?
Yeah, if Ace Jack would definitely be in play.
No, we just call. Exactly. And we are going to chop this one up. Obviously, they both win a couple chips because of the small blind and the antes, but not exactly what Daniel was hoping for when he saw that flop. If it folds to Daniel Dvoress, there is a chance that he jams, but there's Guillaume Nolet, and Guillaume Nolet has a lot of chips, and he likes to open pots at this point.
Yeah, if it did fold to him, I think Michael Watson gets a very likely double up.
Guillaume ruining that party. Instead, we're just going to call with King Jack. Flop second pair. Guillaume Nolet flops bottom pair. It's actually kind of tricky as well for Michael Watson because you probably think you're good. On the other hand, Guillaume could have it. And to be fair, most of the time when it went to showdown tonight, Guillaume did actually have it. So how much do we love our second pair here?
It's tricky too because, like, it's very likely your opponent has an ace too, huh? Like, he's raising any ace. He still will make the call, but I don't think he's looking to call down. But
yeah, he's praying for a check back now on the turn. It's like just
yeah,
no shame in checking, Guillaume. This is where you have the speech to yourself. Like, there's no shame in checking. And it does check back, and now Michael Watson is probably feeling quite a bit better about his king jack.
Yeah, he's still going, please check it, please check it. But the way Guillaume's played it, it seems like he's he beats the 10-9s, you know, the 9-7 suited that don't have a flush. So I think, okay, it's a block bet.
Yep.
Block value bet.
Might actually work.
But I mean, how can he get called here? Like, the only... He can't... Guillaume's not going to call Queen 9. He's thinking if he could jam, I think. But he's
Represent the flush, represent the Queen 10. But that ain't going to happen. Preben Stockon under the gun. He's playing less than 10 big blinds. I believe it's 7 and a bit, or even less than that. Less than 7 big blinds. And he's pretty much fully sending it with Queen 10. And looking around the table, Nanonoko, I think he's going to get it through. Obviously, he's going to get a lot of respect. He's got less than 10% VPIP, doesn't play a lot of hands. Well done.
I mean, is it really well done? Like, cool, like you survived a little bit longer.
No, I think it's well done. I mean, you could also fold there, and I would hate to see it because you're a big blind following hand, and you have even less chips. So I kind of like that he decided to go for it with Queen 10. I don't know if I like calling with jacks here. I do get it because there's so many short stacks around the table, but it's still pocket jacks, Nanonoko.
Yeah. Oh, we get one of those flops though. But yeah, no, we've seen Daniel Dvoress though in previous rounds. He tends to kind of give the chip leader respect in a way that he flats a lot of hands rather than kind of bloats them up pre-flop.
Sure, he wouldn't really mind blowing up this spot. Flopping a set of jacks. Guillaume Nolet will see bet with his gutter ball. Obviously, McDavid is going to get out of the way. Wonder what Daniel Dvoress does now. He's still just going to call. A queen obviously would be disastrous, and 9 is a little bit scary. Maybe not the scariest card, but it does give Guillaume an open ender.
Yeah, I mean, he does lose to Queen 10, but like, you got a set of jacks, you're going nowhere. Probably, I think at this point, Daniel probably will just keep calling, kind of try to protect the situation in case he is up against a big hand. Big bet here. Wow.
Yeah, that's a massive bet. I don't know if I want to call this because there are a lot of river cards that are very scary. I honestly think that I close my eyes and jam here, which you could say is
The
like,
more I think about... No, I actually think you're right. The reason is, say he calls, Daniel's got 1.8 million behind. The pot actually warrants his opponent can still shove. So I do like jamming the more I think about it. Oh, he does.
Well, all right. Maybe that did work out. And let's see what Guillaume Nolet does now. Bet flop, bet turn, quite big. The river pairs the board. Daniel Dvoress makes quads. 2.6 million chips in the middle. Will Guillaume give up, or does he try to take it down? No, he will give up. Well, I guess Daniel is going to go for all of it, right? And that's not going to work.
The thing is, you want to get called by a jack, but you're holding both jacks. All the jacks are there, so what do you do? Sucks, I guess.
What about a very tiny bet so you open the door for a race? Like what about like 400k? Nah, he goes for all of it.
I guess he goes for all of it just in case his opponent has like Queen 10.
I would have been quite okay with him jamming on the turn there. Obviously, if you know quads run out, then yeah, you can say calling is fine. But this could be an end. Preben Stockon is going to go all in, I think, with his ace-10 offsuit. And Dai Ming, even though he's been tight, I think you should call here with ace-7 of spades.
100%. I think this is not even close, especially with your stack size.
Well, he makes a call. Preben Stockon gets it in great. Let's see if his hand holds up. So far, so good. Kevin Martin does say that 7s are the GG nuts and that every board has a 7. Let's see if Kevin Martin is onto something. Just another streamer who makes things up, guys. Where haven't we seen that before? Preben gets the double.
I talk to one every single week.
Michael Watson got kings, but looking around the table, I don't think he's going to get too much action. Kevin Martin has been having a lot of really good streams lately. And it's very funny because he has these tendencies where he's like, oh my God, guys, we're ahead. Hold. guys, hold, low ball plays, and like he does these things. And I've been joking around with my friend. My friend's like, I'm gonna rename my account to Mevin Carton, so maybe I can run just like Kevin. And I was like, I'm just gonna stream hold 17 times a hand and see if that helps or not. Guillaume Nolet makes the call here with ace three offsuit, but doesn't flop anything.
And he took a lot of time. He was thinking about, can he get away with jamming this? But as played, sucks because this is actually a better flop for ace three, but like your opponent's so short, it seems more likely he's got something.
Daiming just lost a couple chips with ace seven of spades. Let's see if he's feeling the fives, the neo pocket fours. Fabrice now the shortest stack at the table. He's got an offsuit ace and he decides to jam it. Let's see what Daiming does with his fives. Tricky spot, right?
I think you call, man. Like it's 11 big blinds. Close
Well,
the
he does
action.
make the call.
Yeah.
Let's see if pocket fives always make a set or not. So far, they don't need it. Well, there's the ace. And now we do kind of need a set. Or we need one of those magical fours for a straight. Instead, it's a 10. And in 2 or 3 hands, Daiming loses half of his stack. And honestly, didn't do anything wrong. Called off with ace 7, small blind against big blind. And now called off with the pocket fives.
Hey, he's better off not playing the hand. Like, this is the thing. When things are going correctly, don't change it up. Pocket deuces, you know what? I wouldn't fault him if he had jammed that one just now.
No. Yeah, he's covering like 3 of the other guys at the table. I can understand he doesn't want to risk that with deuces.
Yeah, but I feel like he got so much fold equity, man. It's Guillaume Null on the button. What's he gonna do? He's got Jack 4 suited.
True, but he's also had aces a couple of times. And obviously, you still have Daniel Dvoress in the big blind too to worry about. So I don't hate Fabrice for folding the deuces there. That's a play I can definitely get behind. Daniel Dvoress made the call with the flusher on the open ender, but the turn is of no help to him. Jack high is still good, Nanonoko. I don't know if you care about that information, but
Yeah, but like if he doesn't bet or whatever, like Daniel Dvoress is gonna have to stab. He's got 9 high. Oh, good. That's a great card for Guillaume. Like, not only does he pair his hands for showdown, now his opponent probably has to bluff at it too.
Yep. Daniel Dvoress hasn't been too reckless though at these final tables, and he seems okay with giving up on certain hands. But whenever you had such a monster draw on the flop, you kind of feel like, hey, this was supposed to be my hand, okay? I flopped the open ender. I had the 9 high flush draw. I am going to take a stab at it. Guillaume will obviously at least call. I think we're probably just always calling here, right?
Just call.
Yeah.
He's just wondering what this smaller sizing means. Daniel Vorse is betting, hoping like queens and king highs fold. Why is actually value raising? That's, you know, he puts his opponent on a 7 basically, like a block bet.
Honestly, pretty sick. Daniel will let it go. And that's high level stuff from Guillaume, because I think a lot of us would be kind of worried that there's a big blind special there and that Daniel could have a 6 and they could re-raise you again. Well done.
Yeah, no, that's a good read. That's a read you don't really see too often. Like, people just go, yeah, I'll just call. Probably gonna win it, but you know.
No, spot on. Well done by Guillaume, even though it didn't change anything, but high level stuff regardless. Reban wins another one. I mean, he's been hanging in there, Nanonoko. Now he gets ace king. Fabrice has ace jack. Open last hand. I feel like ace jack always feels a little bit better when you go up against a guy who also opened the previous hand. You're like, you opened last round, you're opening again. I think ace jack is good here.
Yeah, but Preben's stack size is so shallow. I don't fault him. Like, the 6s got out. Oh, ace jack's going for it. Okay.
He opened last round, man. You don't give people credit for ace king 2 rounds in a row, but Preben gets it in great. Not a bad flop for Fabrice, that's for sure. The turn is no good, but we could chop. With an 8 or a 7, we chop. A jack or a 9, we win it. That could be a 7 or an 8. It is a 7. So we are going to chop it up instead.
That is brutal.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Imagine that Prabon wins that one too. He's got over 3 million chips at that point.
Yeah, and Fabrice would have been down to 300K, so like everyone would have got a pay jump. Now, yeah, disaster.
$97,000 for the player who gets eliminated in 7th place. After that, the pay jumps obviously start getting quite a bit bigger. 26,000 for the next one, and then we're looking at pay jumps of 30, 40, 50,000. So it starts adding up real quick.
What pisses you off more? You getting counterfeited with like a pocket deuces against a coin flip, or you like chopping with ace king versus like ace queen and comes like double paired there?
Yeah, the chopping is annoying, but I think losing when you have a pair and you get counterfeited, that's worse, man. Like, obviously, that's way worse.
Yeah, but you're coin flipping anyways, right? Like in that one, you're coin flipping and you lose it, but the other one
true.
you're ahead, but you chop it. So which one's worse?
If you put it like that, maybe you're right, but I still just hate losing the hand. I mean, chopping sucks, but at least you're chopping. It's
Right,
a lot
'cause,
better
like-
than losing.
I guess like when it chops, you're like, it could be worse. But when you get counterfeit, you're like, are you freaking kidding me? Like, why do you have to do me dirty like that? These are the things I think about, Roddy. I'm just saying.
I think Michael Watson is thinking about his king 10 of hearts here, but Fabrice got a monster this time. The ace king of diamonds snap jams it.
Snapchat.
Yeah, maybe a little too quick. I
Yeah,
feel
it
like
doesn't-
whenever they do that, it looks they're very excited to get it all in. Yeah, there was no
Yeah.
decision there.
Have you ever seen anyone snap jam 2 7s there? Like,
No. Very rarely. King Queen against Guillaume, who's obviously been opening a lot and is probably going to open almost any 2 cards from his button.
he should have snap jammed this one. To
That
be
would have
honest.
power. Yeah, but now he's thinking, he's like, man, I already jammed last round. Like, what if I don't get the respect this time?
Call. Not my favorite play, but it looks like it is gonna pay off. I think the reason I say it's not my favorite play is I just think the fold equity is way too high against the 6 million chip stack of Guillaume.
Yeah. And I do think you look pretty strong because Michael Watson is short, Prabon is short, Diming is short. So for you to risk all your chips, you kind of look powerful.
Yeah, and this type of hand blocks all the hands I want to call you to. But I guess calling is definitely better than folding. I'll tell you that.
Yep.
Check raise. Okay, that seems fine. Like you only got less than 20 big blinds. You can't really play it wrong.
What's your favorite level, Nanonoko?
Yeah. Oh, 5100. I love this one. Still can't get to the million though.
Prabon Stockton is getting 8s again, but obviously he looks around the table and he knows there are a couple shorties. One of these hands that you raise, you just kind of hope everybody folds.
Yeah. It's not like the awkward stack size. See, the awkward stack size made him raise, and now it's actually got Fabrice to come along in position.
Which is funny because otherwise it could have been Michael Watson who came along with his ace-6 offsuit and he would have actually flopped top pair. So Fabrice saving Prabon here. Obviously not a flop that Prabon is in love with. There are some great turn cards though. The 6 of clubs, the 10 of clubs, any 8.
I mean, like, yeah, he's rabbit hunting for sure, right? He wants to see, did I make a straight flush somehow or something?
This round it is McDavid with the ace-king suited on the big blind. Prabon is like, things are going well. Maybe I should start opening up 10-6. Probably don't want to do that. Guillaume will open up the Jack-8 of hearts because he's been opening up a lot of hands anyway. Looks good. McDavid, should he always just jam in and Anoka with that many short stacks around?
Yeah, I don't think it's... Look, you got ace king. You're welcome to jam up to a million big... It's up to ace king in the show. Like, this guy wants some... He wants some little pay jumps, doesn't he?
Let's see if Daniel Dvoress decides to open queen 10 offset from the cutoff. He does. What does McDavid do with his ace-8? Let's just go. In a way, Daniel Dvoress has gained chips since this final table starts, even though it doesn't really feel like it, because it feels like most of it has been somewhat rough. But yeah, then we had jacks, we flopped the set, we rivet quads, won a couple chips, and that's kind of all C roads for Daniel Dvoress' final table so far.
I mean, can't complain. Like, he did come big stack. And you can't ever complain when someone's busting out of tournaments. That's not you. So, cool.
And it's also not like Guillaume has a monstrous lead anymore. Like, it looked a bit rough when Guillaume had over 7 million and everybody else had around 1 or 2 million. But now you've got 4, he's got 6. Guillaume or Daniel picks up ace kings offsuit this round. Don't think he's going to get much action. It always gets a little bit weird, right? When you've got a couple shorties. Michael Watson is obviously playing very tight at this point. He's just waiting for a hand to get it in. But ideally, he sees somebody else get it in first, and then he's willing to get it in.
Yeah, it's kind of like a little mini tournament, you know, like, can someone just get it in first? You're always rooting for people to bust. That's the thing. Ooh.
I feel like whenever you're in this situation and you look at your stack and you've got 8 or 9 big blinds, you're like, if I just get one more pay jump, then I'm willing to gamble, but I'm not going to get crazy yet. As you guys can hear, my alarm goes off, which means it is time for our final free roll of the evening. I'm going to try to see if I can find what the password is. It starts in 10 minutes. We're giving away 10 $21 tickets for one of the WSOPC satellites. The password is GGPoker, all one word, no space. So just head over to the free roll section over in the GG client. And if you are playing, I wish you all the best. Flop quads.
Flop quads. No, you should have went May your pocket fours hit sets. Would have been much better.
If any of you guys are playing a free roll and you're folding pocket fours, just block me. Just block me on every social media you can think of. I want nothing to do with you.
You know what they should do is actually take a clip of them folding and then mention you on Twitter. That would really get you.
I've had people actually sending me screenshots of winning big pots with pocket fours, and they're like, "The pocket fours, Roddy," and I'm like, always gives me a little feel good, cracks a smile.
Pocket fives. Didn't even get to see a flop for Diming.
Can't blame him. The poor guy lost 2 million chips while getting it in pretty decent twice. Well, the A7 obviously got it in behind, but it was a standard call. Pocket tens, though?
Good enough. He's probably just going to ship it, I feel. That's the vibe I'm getting. Oh, he's going to raise. Okay, I like the raise, but he gave me vibes of, like, just don't give me action.
Do you like the amount of chips? 220,000 and 1 chippy. Flops a set. Meanwhile, Fabrice flops a gutter ball and backdoor diamonds.
Fabrice keeps trying to see some flops with these suited kings getting punished. It's actually a decent flop for the king jack suit. The only problem is effective stack is really small, though. That's the problem. Like, so say he hits the straight. Obviously, it's great, but like, you want to hit your straight when your opponent has a little bit more chips. Like, here, you're not even getting the right price, I don't think.
Well, he makes the call, and that's got to be a card that scares Diming a tiny bit. Obviously, you still have a set, and you're not going anywhere, but you're like, Most of the time when they just call, you always do worry a little bit about the flush draws, and he checks it.
I hate this play. Absolutely hate this play. You got a pot. I mean, look, it yielded him the most chips, but like, I definitely would not be checking that turn. Like, there's a million in the middle. You got a million. It's a terrible. It's getting kind of funny.
I don't hate it as long as we're jamming now. I will hate it if we fold, but we are jamming, so it works out. And now Fabrice is just in a really uncomfortable spot, and he does fold. But then it's like 600k more for still potentially hitting you straight. But obviously, there's a chance you're already drawing that. And he wasn't, but it was pretty close. Well done by Daming. Even though Nenonoko hates it, it did give him a couple extra chippies.
I mean, it did, but like, you know, every time I check there, you know what happens? Like, you know, like the Jack of Hearts throws off or something stupid.
They check back and there's the Queen of Hearts or the Jack of Hearts. And you're like, well, I lose against everything right now.
Or, you know, like, you're like, okay, I'm going to check back this flop, be a little safe. Ace on the turn, you got pocket kings. You're like, God damn it.
Michael Watson decides that he should go for it. 1 million chips with King 10 offsuit, and it works. So he's like, all right, we're set for another orbit or two. Daniel Dvoress opening here, while McDavid and Prabon actually had decent hands. But Prabon is Is he gonna let it go, Nanonoko?
I think so. I mean, he's not jamming into Guillaume. He's be jamming to Dvoress 40 bigs. All right, interesting. He's gonna go for the 3-bet fold.
Tiny 3-bet too.
Yeah.
Yeah, Nolan probably kind of likes his hand, and he's like, I've been playing all this garbage. Now I get King Queen of Diamonds, and I can't even see a flop. Obviously, Ace-9 is not a hand that you really want to see flops with, and the tiny 3-bet did get it done. Well done by Prebon, who has now once more over 2 million chips. Could be it. Ace-Jack versus Ace-10.
Yeah. Huh. So these are the ones I hate, these spots, right? Like it's 10 big blind effective. Your opponent shoves an early position.
I think I'm calling, man. I don't love it, but I think I'm calling. Fabrice makes the fold, and we know that's an excellent fold because he would have been dominated by the Ace-Jack offsuit. Well done. Michael Watson can go for it again. Nothing feels better than picking the blinds up with Ace-Jack when you do short stack, and the following hand you get Ace-King offsuit. You're like, come on, guys, call me now. I mean, I already did this last round. I can have any 2 cards. Well done. Look at Michael Watson. All of a sudden, he's back to 1.7 million. It's crazy when the blinds go up. No better moment anyway to win 2 hands in a row right after the blinds go up.
If this gets folded to the blinds, do you think maybe all-in call? I know
I don't think
all-in's
he.
coming.
I don't think he calls. I believe that Daniel could potentially indeed does jam it, but I don't think Michael Watson would call with, because he just won all those chips. If he was still at a million, then sure, but I don't think 1,000,007. Instead, it's going to be Guillaume who opens it, and now Daniel
Wow.
Dvoress jams it. That is a power play if I've ever seen one. Love it. Well done by Daniel. Ah, that gives you hope, right? If you bet some money on him to win the final table over at the final table betting part, you love to see that kind of stuff.
Yeah, that's what you've been saying, right? Like that he just goes for it, right? Now you can see the whole cards. It feels pretty good. That's a very strong play because obviously everyone else had less chips.
Yep.
But you got to play the mathematics.
And obviously, Guillaume is not willing to gamble for 4 million chips. Now he jams 6-4 of clubs and picks up another round of blinds and antes. And welcome back, Daniel Dvoress. 4.3 million chips. I believe that's the most amount of chips he's had all night long.
I mean, yeah, I would say so. Pick up some blinds.
It does really feel like we're heading towards a heads up between Daniel and Guillaume, but I know a lot of things can still change because obviously, if
Look, my guy's gonna make it. I don't know if your guy is, but I would definitely be there for the heads up.
I'm getting ready for a Roddy versus Nanonoko heads up, mate. I think it's happening tonight.
We should play some. No, we should actually play PLO heads up. I don't know how to play that game, but I'm sure. Actually, you said you're pretty good, huh?
I wouldn't say I'm pretty good, but I do play a lot. Let's put it like that. I don't want to say that I'm pretty good, but I play a crap ton. And that's why it was really fun. They haven't released the video yet of me playing PLO 5 with the GG squad members. But I know that those guys probably thought that I've barely played, but I'm actually pretty sure that I've played more PLO 5 than any of them, at least since they introduced it at GG. Because I know that Jane and Ennis probably still play some 4-card PLO too. And Sasha mostly plays 4-card, and the other guys are mostly no-limit players. You know, it's really funny because once you start playing 5-card PLO, then all of a sudden 4-card PLO starts feeling boring. You're like, just 4 cards, and then one of them is bad, and you're like, ugh. You know, you're like almost nothing anymore. You're like, what are these hands?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Because it's pretty hard to get a hand in PLO. I feel like to get all 4 to touch each other well.
Yeah. Most of the time there is one off, but then all of a sudden it's like, man, 25% of my hand sucks. And it's like, well, I still have aces. I guess it's something. It's like single suited, double suited aces or bust, Nanonoko. Michael Watson has ace king again. Obviously lost a couple chips because he hasn't played a hand in a little while. So he's going to jam once more. The rest of the table may start picking up on the fact that he keeps jamming when he's under the gun. But he actually just has it. So not much you can do about it.
Yeah, could just be a coincidence.
Is it ever just a coincidence, though, Nanonoko?
It's always, okay?
Well, if Guillaume doesn't open, which he will, but if he didn't, Could have seen a big one between Daniel and Michael Watson. The hand the solvers love. I don't love it. I don't see it. Daniel Dvoress doesn't see it either.
Yeah, they love to 3-bet this ace-5 offsuit in the big. It's always the big blind that does it. That's what I noticed. Small blind, they're like, okay, too high frequency.
Look at Michael Watson. He's also like, Guillaume Nolet, I have had enough of your shit, my friend. I'm jamming king queen here. I don't care that the other guys are still quite short too. Especially Fabrice. It's really go time. And this may be it. No, he folds. Open folding queen jack offsuit. 7 bigs.
Yeah, I think I would have jammed.
What about this one though? Pocket sevens here. I hate calling off with sevens, man. Like jamming with sevens is one thing. He does call off. So we have a monster flip here for 4.5 million chips. And that is a great flop for Daniel Dvoress. We need a 7 and a 7 only for Michael Watson or he is wamboozled. And that's not a 7, it's a 4 or 5. There you go. Wow. Nanonoko, what do we make of this one?
Well, that's why you fold, Fabrice, because you know you get some little free page up there if someone's gonna call off there.
He would have won the hand.
Yeah, he would have won too. Like all, that's true. All things would be different. Watson basically thought he's always flipping at worse, which is probably true. He thought he was up against like 6s, 5s, 4s, 3s, deuces, and he probably would be. He's up against like an ace-5. I don't think it's... Look, he went for the win. And that's what I told you, that Watson goes for the win. He knows when to play conservative, and sometimes it just doesn't work out. So he's going to add to his resume of bottom scores.
Unfortunate. Obviously, I mean, it's a flip, right? If he does win there, we're like, wow, what a sick, the courage, the balls to go for it there with sevens. I don't know. I kind of hate calling off with sevens, but it was a flip in the end.
Yeah. I definitely see what you're saying. But you can respect his decision and kind of understand it, basically.
The rest of the table is happy with it as we are now down to 6. Daniel Dvoress feels like since he is the new captain at this table, he should start winning all the pots. It's going to be kind of hard to win this one. He's going to have to find a king or a queen on the river to take this one away from Guillaume Nolet. I'll check this back, man, because you're both kind of big. Like if you bet here and then you get raised, you can't even see the river. That could have potentially been good for you. I'd love to see a check back here. And Daniel does check it back.
Yeah, but if you bet, there's a chance he would have won. But yeah. I think Guillaume probably will keep checking or he's going to block bet it.
Yeah, I think he's going to bet like 380, maybe 420. Guillaume strikes me as a guy that likes to bet 420. I think it goes bigger than that.
That's a big value bet. Actually, I think it's quite thin for this sizing. Nice.
Does retake the chip lead though. Daniel Dvoress was the chip leader for one hand, and we are probably going to see a flop. Fabrice is about to get a double up, mate. I mean, he's got a set as the shortest stack at the table. That's pretty good.
Yeah. With that stack size, I think he's got to set mine.
Set mine? You mean quad mine? He already has the set. No. I have never been more confident about. Fours have not made a set in so long that it's actually like there's a 94% chance that he flops a set at this point.
Statistically, he should have hit it by now. But wow,
oh.
Ace rags, man. These
no,
ace rags.
That would have been such a good moment. Obviously, like I do get it. He hits him with the thank you. But he has no idea he would have been in such good shape against Guillaume Nolet. Guillaume does get prep on Stockholm to fold. But Fabrice, there would have been no better moment than that with pocket fours because he wouldn't even be flipping Nanonoko.
Yeah, but like there's also a chance that the other two guys like kind of go to war. So like he needs to think about there's a chance someone could have busted. But it's just there's a 4, but it's not related.
Wow, that even took me a second. I'm like, wait, what? I was like, oh, okay, you're talking about this 4. No, okay, the next hand. Thank you. Guillaume Nolet does see that. Daniel Dvoress flopped him. No, that's another 4.
Quads. Yeah. Wrong flop.
Well, I mean, Danny Dvoress is going to take this one down. We'd love to see another diamond roll off for some extra fireworks, but the pair of tens is still good. Goes for a tiny value bet.
Yeah, it's a strange value bet, right? I guess maybe he's also block. What can he call by? Nines or something?
Possibly. This obviously does mean that Fabrice is still in the tournament, but he is ultra short. He's got less than 5 big blinds, and that big blind is closing in on him at rapid pace. I think McDavid would absolutely slam dunk jam this if Fabrice would have already been out. But with Fabrice still there, a $30,000 pay jump coming, he decides to just make the call with King Queen offsuit. It's an annoying flop, Nanonoko, because you kind of want to continue to see if you can hit that jack or not.
Yeah, but I do respect just calling there because of how short Fabrice is. Normally, this would be a slam dunk reshove. Like, yeah.
Totally agree.
Not even, no questions asked.
I totally agree. McDavid is not going to call here. See if he can hit a jack or not. He's going to let it go instead. Uh-oh.
Oh.
It's a set versus
No,
top
look at
pair.
the other, but look at the other one.
Oh my God. Daniel Dvoress has ace king. Oh. Wow.
The good news for Daniel is he does play some spots conservative, so... But it's going to be raised 3-bet. What does he do?
Oh.
Maybe he just calls? I don't know. 4-bet? Like,
Wow. We've got pocket fours. We've got pocket aces on the side of the chip leader. And the man who's second in chips has ace king. Normally you'd think that this is it's like, oh, that's such a good moment to just 4-bet. And, you know, you can always battle it out with the shorty. He does 4-bet. Now Daiming, he's so short, but he may let it go because obviously Fabrice is still even shorter than Daiming is. And what will Guillaume Nola do?
Do we get to see a flop? Like, I'm curious to what Guillaume does. If Guillaume jams, I think the ace king should fold and probably would.
I agree with you.
But,
I think jamming here is not bad because you win 1.7 million chips. Instead, he's going for the 5-bet. All right.
Yeah, very weird. Yeah, it's just bizarre.
I'm worried. I am very worried for Daniel Dvoress. What does he do with his ace king offsuit? Obviously, it does feel that Guillaume is very strong at this point.
I think he folds. Like, okay, well, Daniel's hand looks really strong, right? Because it's wow.
That's actually a really good fold by Daniel. But especially because of the 5-bet, like it's 1 million more to play for a pot of 4 million chips, and you've got ace king then, Nanoko. Like you're getting like 4-1 with ace king. You just want to call. Every fiber in your body wants to at least call or jam. Instead, he's gonna jam queen nine of spades. That's his team jam. Following hand, he's like, I've had enough of this. Well done, man. Sick fold.
Yeah, like I think Guillaume knew his opponent was really strong. He was hoping he had kings. Right? I don't think kings would ever fold. Wow, it just obviously if he knew his opponent was going to fold ace king, he would just call pre-flop, but he doesn't know that. That's why he made it really small. He tried to bait him to at least call.
Fabrice gets it all in under the gun with ace-7 of diamonds, and he gets it through. Running hot, Fabrice. This is where he hit us with the running hot. He is the big blind the following hand. He's got king, queen. I mean, I'd say this is go time again, right? King, queen suited?
King, queen suited. Like, that's a premium when you've got 5 big blinds.
Guillaume Nolan is going to give him a walk or not, because Guillaume has one of the absolute worst starting hands in poker. If we fold here, that would be a crime against humanity. Makes the call with king, queen of hearts. Gets it in. Great. We're still good, but you kind of want to see at least a pair. This is still scary, man. You're like, don't do it. GGPoker, don't do it. And he doesn't have to worry about anything. Makes a straight in the end. But nobody cares. The most important thing is that it wasn't a 7 or a 3 there on the river. Fabrice is back in the mix with 1.7 million. McDavid hates to see it. Prebon hates to see it. And Dai Ming hates to see it too.
Who doesn't hate to see it? Guillaume and Dvoress?
Fabrice. Yeah.
Fabrice.
Hey, and don't forget that he came in as the ultra shorty to this final table. 34-1, Nananoko. The dream is alive for a couple of degenerates out there who believed in Fabrice to win it all.
I mean, like, the situation's quite good for him, given those odds. He's not that far behind.
If I could bet right now on 34-1 Fabrice, I'd definitely put at least $10 on him. Why the hell not? McDavid snap folds the king 7 there. Second shortest stack at the table. Surprised he didn't think about it.
Yeah. I guess, like, they're tuned into how they want to play, right? Yeah, but he's king.
It was also not exactly Daniel. Wow, Prebon gets a walk with ace king. That sucks. Especially because Daniel has been jamming like 3 out of the last 7 hands in those spots. That's annoying.
Those are extra tilting. It's like, you know, when or say you've been aggressive and then like you get aces and they just give you a walk. You're like, God damn it, why?
See? Previous hand, Daniel jams. Following hand, he jams. You have ace king on your big blind and he folds. You're like, really? Yeah, those are extra annoying. That's even worse than getting sucked out on. It's go time for McDavid. Guillaume Nolet has my birthday. By the way, Nananoko, where was the happy birthday, Roddy? I have reminded you for 47 weeks in a row. It's my birthday. Nothing. Crickets. Shame on you.
I did give you the belated. I hope your pocket fours always hit sets, but that's funny. No, I didn't think about it because you keep saying it when the 8-5 comes, but it did not click in my head that that's an actual day that happens every year.
No, it's an actual day. I had a great birthday, and I did see your message a little bit late, but let's see what Fabrice decides to do here with his ace-10 offsuit. Obviously, Daniel has been opening a lot of hands lately.
I think I call. Diming's quite short. That's why. Otherwise, I would jam. And a couple people already busted, so the pay jumps do mean something. I think I like this play. He does lose though.
Flops nothing. I mean, he does still have the ace of spades, but Daniel Dvoress outflops Fabrice as he makes a pair of 8s. Tiny bet. Should probably get it done. May seem tiny to Daniel, but it's obviously a big portion of Fabrice's stack. Not quite 20%, but somewhat close to it. Dai Ming hates to see it. He knows that the clock is ticking for him. Prebon could open here, and Daniel should see at least a flop.
Yeah, he's definitely opening this. Just want to see.
Pretty big open, right? What is that, 2.3 big blinds?
He's basically trying to discourage the big blind from calling because of the 2 short stacks out there, and he's still covered. It still would suck for, like, you don't want to get called by some flush suited hand and they got a flush draw, they check raise you all in, and you got top pair and it might bust or whatever.
That's kind of funny. Prebon didn't like that flop, and he definitely doesn't like the turn. Now, Daniel Dvoress did like the flop, but also doesn't really love that turn because top pair all of a sudden feels a little bit less pretty. I wouldn't even hate it if Prebon goes for a little bet here. Decides not to do it. Daniel makes 2 pair on the river, but obviously still loses to every spade.
Yeah, Daniel should be check, maybe calling, but I guess, okay. This is like quite interesting. I'm not sure if it's a bluff, value bet, some kind of triple range merge.
It's a bit of everything, mate. It's a bit of everything.
Just triple. That's like quadruple range. I don't even know what that was. Because like it was not only was a value bet, it was a big value bet.
Well, Fabrice may go for it here with Queen 9. I know he's been kind of tight, but when it gets folded to you, queen 9 suited. No, he lets go. We know that Daniel Dvoress loves to jam, and 5-4 looks pretty, but kings look a lot prettier. But if there is a hand to beat kings with, 4-5 of diamonds, that's a pretty good flop for Daniel Dvoress. Oh, he picks up extra outs. He needs any 3, any 4, any 5, or any diamond. Wow, the kings hold. What a hold.
But that's, like, when you see that flop and then you see that turn, I think I'm out for sure.
The flop is the worst part. I think on the turn, I start feeling more confident because that's where I say too many outs. Like the flop is like, oh my God, don't do this. The turn is like, no, too many outs. Like, I'm fine. Daniel does win the following hand. Guillaume obviously still our chip leader with 7.2 million chips. The next break will be in 10 minutes. It's been a funny little situation where I feel like even Daniel at this point, well, doesn't have more chips than the other 4, but it's somewhat close. Obviously, Guillaume Nolet has more chips than Fabrice, Diming, Prebon, and McDavid combined.
Fabrice right now, he doesn't know how many chips he has. He's trying to calculate it, right? But doesn't he know
Diming should call though, right? Come on. Like it sucks, but I think you gotta call.
Right. Like it does suck for sure. 6 kicker. But then like what are you waiting for? And I guess he's wondering how loose would his opponent shove here. But if he's shoving King Jack, oh man. Sucks.
I mean, it sucks. I can sort of get it, but I do think you want to go for it. Well, then again, this could be a much better spot. Let's see what Fabrice does first, as he has King Queen. But Dai Ming has Ace Jack with less than 5 big blinds. That's obviously a slam dunk all in. I mean, I know we folded Ace 6 on the big blind, but we cannot fold Ace Jack. There is no way.
Nah, this is definitely potentially the best hand.
It actually does suck though, because if Fabrice would have folded and Dai Ming would have just jammed, Guillaume probably would have called. And I'd rather go up against Ace 8 than I go up against King Queen. Ace Jack still good. We need to avoid kings and queens for Dai Ming to double up. That is not a king or a queen, so he does get the double. Would have doubled regardless, even through Guillaume.
Yeah, but you want to double up against the right person.
That is true, actually. Yeah, this is better. Let's see. Daniel folds. McDavid open folds Queen Jack, I believe. So that means it's time for Prebon to get involved. Man, these guys are all survivors, eh? They've all been short for so long. They all look at each other. It's like, when is one of you nerds finally gonna bust?
I showed an ace. Why don't you show the other card too, the jack?
He only shows it when he gets a walk.
Yeah, it seems to be the trend today. I mean,
that's a feel-good moment. You get a walk with A3 offsuit.
This guy Fabrice wants a walk. He's got 528 though. What's he waiting for? He's going to get cooler here. Oh, is this a cooler? King 9 suited?
I think it kind of is, to be honest. I mean, he hasn't lost a hand yet, and maybe Guillaume can save him. I actually think Guillaume does save him. Yep. Well, Daniel's like, hey, you remember when I 3-bet you, you 4-bet me, and 5-bet? Shall we do that again? Can we do that one more time, Guillaume? I make it like 800K, then you make, I make it 1.1 million. Now you can make it 2.3, and then I go all in.
That was a big 3-bet.
Yeah. I kind of would have preferred slightly smaller sizing, not just to make it seem like you're weaker, but also then Guillaume may feel like, I think he's just making a move on me.
Wow, Queen 6 is a disrespect offsuit.
Yeah, but I mean, he knows that those two guys are waiting for Fabrice, right? Dai Ming's got queens.
Yep. Yeah, queens can't fold this.
I mean, I think you always just want to jam. I think calling sucks because then any ace or king does scare you. So
yeah, no, you're definitely not calling. Jamming is superior. Like, it's not even close.
Takes it down. Closing in on 2 million chips again. Fabrice's like, hey man, what happened? You used to have less chips than me. Life ain't fair. He's like, oh yeah, I lost king queen against ace jack. That's what happened. Look at Daniel Dvoress, man. He lost a big pot not too long ago, but he's just been picking up blind after blind, ante after ante, and he's actually back to being the chip leader of this table. I mean, sure, he did get aces. Oh, this is gonna be it for someone.
Well, Diamond can just play a little tight here. He will. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, but okay.
Diamond.
So if they both lose to jacks, Fabrice gets bottom place, right? He gets 6th place, and Daiming would get 5th. Oh, he folds. He's like, I just hope that Daiming gets eliminated before me.
Oh,
there's the ace as well. That's sick. Wow, Daiming back to 3.8 million, and Guillaume Nolan now down to 4.3. I mean, King Queen would have lost as well. Daiming, what a god.
Undeserved. My guy getting punished there. I don't know if he should have jammed at a7 because Fabrice was like, 3 big blinds, but I like the fold from Fabrice. I think he has a better chance of getting a page up than going for the chips there. With a hand that's like still just king queen.
Well, now he's down to less than 2 big blind. Hey, I don't know if you saw this tweet. As obviously this hand, Guillaume is just going to win. It's no way cast. Did you see the video that GGPoker tweeted out the other week of the Russian player that won the 315 Bounty King, where they made a Russian edit with him entering the Matrix?
No, I haven't. I'm going to have to...
You have to watch this video. This is actually the most bizarre poker video I've ever seen. It's all in Russian, but you'll get it anyway. Basically, it's a 315 Bounty King final table. A couple big names at that final table too. Took place a couple months ago. The guy was down to 0.01 big blind. And then everyone wanted that bounty. And well, Nananoko, one of the craziest runs I've seen. Like, unreal. It's really fun to watch. Sick tweet.
Maybe production can put that in the chat for me. I want to check in the group.
Yeah, I can link it to you as well. It's an unreal video. Anyway, guys, that's going to do it for the second hour of the High Roller Super Millions Week 48. We are still with 6. I can't believe it. But obviously, Fabrice is incredibly short. We're going to take a couple minutes. And after that, we'll be back with hour 3 of Week 48. Hi.
Hello, everybody. Daniel Granu here with some good news from the GGPoker Network. We've been preparing a promotion for the new year called GG Care. As any poker player might know, sometimes you find yourself in what we call unfortunate situations. Some ugly bad beats, right? Well, that's where GG Care comes in. GG Care will take care of you with huge prize pools available every day. Let's see how you can get your GG Care benefits. Aces versus kings. Yep, all in before the flop. I mean, nobody's going to fold that, right? That's just a setup. It's a cooler. I can't imagine being, at the final table of the World Series of Poker heads up and this happening to me. It's just brutal. Bad beats should never be a thing, but they are. Thanks, GG. I flopped the top set. Very nice. Some fucking idiot chases a runner straight to suck out on me. Unbelievable. But in my darkest moment, GG Care was there. Thanks, GG. Flop the second nut set, the middle set on the flop. It's an impossible cooler. How can you be beat there? The guy has top set. Nobody's folding that. Sometimes it just feels unfair. Thanks, GG. As you can see, in the most unfortunate of situations, GG Care will appear for you. Are you curious how to get these benefits? Don't worry, you don't even have to lift a finger. First, simply enjoy the game as usual. Whenever something unfortunate happens, GG Care will be there. Secondly, when confronted with such circumstances, GG Care automatically will register you into a flip-out tournament with a huge prize. Just check the pop-up window. Thirdly, take a rest, have yourself a nap, get yourself a good night's sleep, clear your mind of all the bad beats, and when you wake up, the daily GG Care prizes will be waiting for you. That's all there is to GG Care. Pretty simple, isn't it? Just play the game as normal and GG Care will take care of you. And the prize money will only grow more and more in the future, so keep your eyes posted and good luck, everybody. I hope you don't have too many bad beats, but if you do, GG Care will be there. Thanks, GG.
Elkie was waiting to come back to the final table.
Fedor holds things. Oh my god.
Michael Adamo is the best.
And welcome back, everyone, to hour 3 of week 48 of the High Roller Super Millions, where we are still with 6, but I have the feeling we won't be with 6 for very long, as Fabrice is, well, all in within a couple hands, that's for sure. I am still dressed up like a tiger in my new GG hoodie, and I absolutely love it. You guys can make fun of me all you want, but I love being a tiger. Seems like Nanonoko is making a coffee or something along those lines, as he's not here yet. So we're just going to hold down the fort by ourselves. And Prabon Stockholm decides to open up with pocket nines. Nobody wants to fight back, so he's going to take one down. What's it going to be, Fabrice? We are pretty much done. I would probably go with it with 6-5. No, he doesn't. I mean, I know that you're always behind, but at least it's a hand that flops somewhat decently. Instead, he's going to wait. I love the shove there by Daniel. He knows that no one will fight back unless they have literally aces, kings, or queens. Speaking of kings, Guillaume Nolet has kings once more, and I don't think he's going to get a lot of action with Fabrice being this short. Welcome back, Nanonoko. The blinds went up. Fabrice is now playing 1.1 big blind, which is a whole lot more than the Russian was playing in the video that I just mentioned to you, but most of the time it's not very much. Wow, Daiming makes the call and actually outflops the kings of Guillaume Nolet.
This guy was A6 and A7 offsuits, huh?
Man. I mean, obviously, Guillaume is still going to put some pressure on. He also has the king of hearts, but Daiming has the ace of hearts. So running hearts would not be any good for him either. Let's see what Daiming decides to do here. Makes the call. The turn does give Guillaume a couple of additional outs. A jack is good too now. He decides to check it back. Daiming's going to feel pretty good about his ace now. Even though it's ace rag, it's still an ace. And aces are quite often good. This is where Fabrice was hoping for a mega cooler. Come on, mate. Knock him out. One more pay jump is all I want.
Yeah.
We got to call this, right? We got to call this.
Of course. This is a third pot. What are you... This is the freest chips ever.
Yep, nothing bad can happen. Like, even if you're wrong here, you still have 2.8 million, but you can't be folding this.
So this is a nit roll, Ratty.
And Guillaume probably thinks he's good now. He's like, maybe Daiming had a queen or something, right? Or even an 8. What?
Oh,
what?
God.
All right, that happened.
Nice bluff.
Fabrice got a beauty of a hand, the 6-9 suited. I know someone who's very fond of that, but instead it's going to be a fold, and Daniel Dvoress will be the one opening things up with queens. I can't believe Guillaume just won that pot. I mean, I know he had kings and everything, but Nanonoko, what was that?
Look, it doesn't make sense to me. Obviously, that bet was tiny. It was like a third pot, right? Like,
Yeah.
it just an easy call. Because your opponent got the same hand, too, you know? Like, it's not just better aces are betting. But it makes no sense because Daiming has a lot of chips. So even if he calls 400,000, it's
And
not
he's
the end of
wrong.
the world.
Yeah,
Whatever.
I agree. Like, he would still have way more chips than Prebon and McDavid. It's not like all of a sudden he'd be this short stack. That was 400k. Like if it's 1.5 million or something, I get it. But 400k?
And like the thing is, it doesn't make sense because it's backwards. Like if he was trying to outlast Fabrice, he should have just folded pre-flop, like or whatever.
Yeah.
But move on. He can't do good, in my opinion.
Nope. Well, Fabrice was automatic all in on his big blind with queen 9, and he's going up against the ace king of Guillaume Nolet. The man needs a queen or a 9, or he is eliminated in 6th place. Can we get a queen? That could be a 9. Ooh, it's a 10. Ah, the tease. You see all those pips, and you start getting a little hopeful. Thank you, Prebon, for letting us know that you had a deuce there. We're down to 5 Nanonoko. We've got kings again. Hello. Guillaume Nolet getting hit with the deck here. Kings, ace king, and kings again.
I mean, I can't believe Guillaume also didn't get more chips against the ace king of Daniel, right? Like Daniel has somehow survived. He's a survivor.
Well, stop that. Like, whenever you say that, I feel like he's about to lose a lot of chips with king queen here.
There you go. Nice. Well done. I got him. Got him.
Thank you, Nanonoko. I was starting to feel real good about my final table betting, but when you started that speech, I knew he was in trouble. Obviously, I don't blame Daniel for 3-betting king queen here. Guillaume is going to open up a lot of hands. Well, now we can get away easily. There's obviously no need to risk 5.8 million chips with king queen. So Guillaume is back to being the chip leader, and obviously Guillaume and Daniel Dvoress have way more chips than the other 3. Well, Daiming's got a stack. It's not a monster stack, but he's got a stack.
Yeah, but Daiming's style is like, what the hell sometimes, man? But he did satellite in, so you know what? I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt.
I mean, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt any day of the week because he's at the final table of the High Roller Super Millions and he's top 5. So far, so good, but that was a weird fold on the river, especially after the check back. Like if Guillaume would have bet all 3 streets, I can get behind it a bit more. But it went check on the turn, and then I feel it's almost criminal to fold the ace on the river.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's going to disagree with you on that one. Wow, he's getting... This looks so strong. This pocket jack sizing. He's got 10 big blinds. Mm-hmm. I think that folds legitimate.
Well, down to 5. Let's see who's the next one to go. Could get some fireworks here. McDavid could potentially open, and if he doesn't, Prebon should absolutely open his king 9 of diamonds. And he may even just open jam, and then Guillaume could very well call. He's going to raise instead, so he's going to open the door for Guillaume to just get it all in.
Yeah, but this is going to make him fold a hand that had potential. Like Guillaume could have 8s. That would be a disaster, right?
He could also have 9s. This time it's Daniel Dvoress with the queens. Looking around the table, I don't think he's going to pick up a lot of chips, though. Guillaume may even fold here. What is it going to be, Guillaume? This makes the call. Daniel's like, last time I raised, I had king queen. And I got 4-bet. This time I wouldn't mind it. He goes for a raise, and we're going to get a snap fold out of Guillaume instead. It definitely does feel like we're heading towards a heads up between Daniel Dvoress and Guillaume Nolet. But Daiming still has chips. He just needs to do something with them.
I mean, there's no chance as anyone else. McDavid, I don't even remember him. Prebin, what he hasn't, like they have no chips. Daiming, there's no way he gets the heads up. Look at his, I mean, look at the way he plays.
I mean, to be fair to McDavid, he lost pretty much all of his chips at the beginning of the final table with kings against aces, right? Like, there's not too much he could have done about that. And since that point, he has been in survivor mode. Let's see what Daniel Dvoress decides to do with his pocket 7s. The GG nuts, according to Kevin Martin, well, they are still good, but that's not a flop he's going to be in love with. The 6 and the 4 is obviously nice, but the ace is supposed to hit Guillaume Nolet quite often. Then again, Guillaume Nola does open up a lot of hands, so it could be king, queen, king, jack, queen, jack, queen, 10.
If Daniel could, wow, nice read on betting this one. Even when the ace high board, I think he thinks that if his opponent had an ace, he'd probably just bet.
Yeah. And I do think a bet probably would get it done.
Nice emoji.
We have another ace. This time a suited ace. Are we going to see a flop? We should, obviously.
I would like to see the uncharacteristic 3-bet all in.
Be pretty insane, obviously, with McDavid and Prebon that short. I mean, both of them are playing 6-7 big blinds. Guillaume Nola doesn't make a pair, but obviously does like the flop, as he has the nut flush draw. Decides to check it back.
That's really weird. Like, I think he's got a lot of fold equity against his opponent, even with multiple barrels.
Maybe he's trying to just hit a spade, and then it would be a very invisible flush.
Yeah, true. It would be. Or you could just hit one of those. But his opponent actually got to see 5 cards, Roddy. It's nice.
There's a little victory there. I think he's hoping that Daiming maybe has a king or a queen, and that the king or queen of spades would roll off. Obviously, we know that not much is going to happen here. Unless Daiming gets really out of character and decides to all of a sudden go absolutely bananas for no reason. That'd be insane.
It would look really strong, even though obviously his opponent has like the nut flush. But if he actually did check raise, it would look insanely strong.
Yeah, but Guillaume is never folding here. Never. What are we going to do? Pretend we have pocket fives?
But yeah, nah. He's really thinking about this though, strangely.
I have no read on Daiming whatsoever, mate. I've been so confused about the way that this man plays poker.
Okay, he didn't want to put in 400,000 earlier with the ace-6 top pair, which was a tiny bet, but now he wants to put in even more chips with the ace-3 call.
What? Nanonoko, how do you explain this to anyone that's watching? That doesn't make any sense to me.
He's trying to get my guy back to the top, and he's done it. Well done, Daiming. Punt. That was kind of punty. Not punty, spewy. Spewy is a better word.
Wrong moment to be a hero, Daiming. Wrong moment. That's bizarre. That's even more bizarre when obviously you mentioned the hand we saw earlier with the ace-6, where he actually had top pair. This time it was just ace high. Oh.
And it was more chips. And it was a board where his opponent can easily have a king. Like, just how I don't know, weird.
Very, very weird indeed. Prebon hoping for a double here with his ace-king suited. Daniel Dvoress has a hand that flops all right, but obviously is always going to be behind there, and he knows it. Doesn't want to risk the chips. Definitely some interesting hands here as Guillaume picks up kings for the 5th time tonight. Holy hell. This man's got a tier 3 subscription on kings, mate.
Yeah, it's pretty sick. Like, if I reach final tables getting these cards, yeah, I'm going to do well too.
Yeah. And it's actually kind of sad because the shorties are not getting any of the hands that Guillaume is getting.
Yeah, they're the ones that need it. Curious what... I think the king jack's supposed to fold, yeah. The reason is with this stack size, it's a mandatory call by his opponent. So he's forced all in. But by folding, he still creates opportunity where the other guy's still bossing. You know, he can get some open chips in still.
Prebon lets go of his weak ace, knowing that he still has more chips than McDavid. This time, though, Prebon is not going anywhere. Guillaume may open. Nope. Decides to let this one go. Daniel Dvoress has a very weak king, and he jams with Prebon. I mean, we can't let go of this, mate. I know that McDavid has less chips than you, but it's Daniel Dvoress. He's been doing this 20 times tonight. You've got ace-queen. It's still scary because Daniel has 2 live cards. Oh, makes the deuce. We need an ace or a queen. We need an ace-queen or a 3, or a Prebon is out. Can the king Deuce holds. Yes, it
Dirty.
can. Wow, that's not just dirty, Nanonoko. That's damn disgusting, okay? I don't know where Daniel Dvoress learned how to be disgusting like that, but we're down to 4.
You don't expect to lose to the king deuce offsuit. Come on, at least be suited.
Whenever you get in those scenarios, mate, if I don't see an ace or a queen on the flop immediately, ideally an ace, because the king, of course, you just know you're in trouble. And they pair the deuce. Well, Daniel gets lucky there. He retakes the chip lead. McDavid obviously knows that he has done everything he possibly could. He's now top 4, guarantees himself $196,000. Poor Spreban.
I mean, like, the guy didn't really do anything. He got top 5, so it's not too bad because he came in short, right? So like, it's not a bad payday.
It's not bad, but that's still a gross way to go out. I mean, I wouldn't wish that upon my worst enemy.
Me?
I would always cheer for you, Nanonoko.
Lena 900.
Yeah, that guy deserves a couple bad beats. He's been running hard enough.
I kind of miss Lena 900. It's been a while, hasn't it?
You know, besides Lena, my biggest rival, he probably doesn't even know. He probably doesn't even know I exist. But it's Pete Chen. Pete Chen did me really dirty one time, Nanonoko. I'll never forgive him. Yes.
I know him, actually. Yeah, he used to play all the Asia tour live. So what did he do? I want to know.
One of the Winter Series events we had back then, the 550 Bounty Hunter, was a pretty big one. I barely made the money. Then I won a 3-way all-in, won a 2-way all-in, and I don't know how it happened. But when there were 17 players left, I was chip leading the 550 Bounty Hunter, one of the biggest spots that I've had. Feel real good. I open. Pete Chen, relatively tiny stack at that point. He jams. I have queens. I snap call. He has pocket tens. Makes a straight on the river. I'm like, ugh. Hey, Guillaume Nolet calls, by the way. We'll save that story. 6-3 of spades, battling it out with ace-9. Well, ace-9 looking pretty good. Ace-9 still looking pretty good. We need to avoid 6s and 3s, and then McDavid gets a double up, and he does. So anyway, I'm chip leading. 17 people left. I play a big pot with Pete Chen. I opened. He jammed with 10s. I called with queens. He makes a straight on the river. I'm obviously kind of tilted, but I'm like, it's so good. I'm still 7 out of 16. 2 hands later, I get ace-king. Everybody folds to me on the button. I open, and he just jams. And I'm like, well, I'm not folding ace-king here. So I call off. He's got pocket 7s, and I get nothing. And all of a sudden, I'm out in like 14th place. So I go from chip leading with 17 left to losing 2 monster pots in a row to Pete Chen, and I'm bamboozled. And it still haunts me to this day.
I think I occasionally see him in, like, I don't know if he plays the Super Millions, but I feel like he plays the Satellites, but would love to see him at our final table. Ooh.
Another big one, and wow, look at McDavid. He is completely back in the mix. As first he wins with ace-9 against 6-3. Now he gets it all in with the 6s, and he flops a set. And this is starting to hurt for Guillaume Nolet.
Yeah, what the hell? Wasn't my guy, like, on pace to at least get 2 heads up? Like, he's not even top... Oh, he's still top 2, but this is getting annoying. Is he going to lose these chips too?
Wait, McDavid had 800k chips, like, before I started the Pete Chen story, and he's got 3.8 million now.
King Queen, it might be good enough to go with, right? It's 11 big blinds.
Well, he does go with it. I mean, Guillaume Nolet is behind, but obviously can get the best of diming. Good diming fold. You never know. He's quite unpredictable. He's going to hit us with the one time. Guillaume says running hot. You have not been running hot, mate. Let's see. Oh, mate, he's not running hard at all. Drawing dead on the term. Oh, jeez, Louise. Can you believe that we went from Guillaume Nolet to being a chip leader before the Pete Chen story 3 minutes ago to now being the shortest stack at this table?
After getting king 7 times or whatever it is, too. And he gets aces against ace-king. Can't even win any chips. My God, what's wrong? And it's my pick. It's my pick, Roddy. And that's your $7 on the line.
I'm okay with the $7 if Danny Dvoress just ships it, mate. As he jams the 10 jack. I mean, Daniel loves seeing this, right? Because I do think that Guillaume probably would have been his toughest opponent.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, no, I don't even think it's close.
Obviously, McDavid and Daiming both satelliting their way into this final table. All of a sudden, things look mighty fine for Daniel Dvoress, who has made it to 6 or 7 final tables so far, has never won the High Roller Super Millions. Now with 4 left, things are looking quite good. And did Roddy just pick another winner 3 weeks in a row? Oh, no. I'm doing the Nananoka. I got to stop myself.
What? Hey, you didn't pick Lykonen.
I did, mate. I did. I even had people that I played with, like either in PLO or random tournaments, they're like, Roddy, Lykonen was your pick. I know. I was like, of course it was my pick. Nananoka's trying to do me dirty over here. Guillaume Nola jabs Jack 10.
He's on
15
tilt.
big blinds. Wants to get rid of the ice cube. You look around the table, everybody's got a little flame emoji around their VPIP, and you're the only ice cube. You're like, come on. He's going to jam this too.
I haven't heard the Ice Cube speech in a while. It's been a half a year maybe since you've used that one.
Mate, nobody likes the ice cube. It's bad for morale. I mean, he's getting a couple nice hands now, and out of all the hands he jammed, ace queen offset is the best one, so he decides not to jam this. Timing may see a flop. Connected, Nananoka, right?
Well, I mean, why see a flop though? Like, he's just gonna fold the best hand eventually. I would wait the other guy out. That's what I do.
Daniel Dvoress raises. Obviously, we're playing a lot of hands real quick now, and that means that the blinds will just go up again in the immediate future. We saw Guillaume Nola jam Jack 10 before. If he does that, this is too much.
Nah,
he won too many big blinds.
Yeah.
I mean, it was 15 before, to be fair, mate.
Yo, Daniel, let's just do the FU call with the King 8 offsuit. That'll be real gangsta.
He decides he does not want to be that gangster. Jack 10 does take it down once more. Guillaume Nola is now back in second position. 4.1 million chips. How gangster are we with the deuce 4 of clubs, though?
You know what? I'm not sure. But he is going to go aggro. I like it. I like that he doesn't go all in because, like, it just... If you get called, it's the end of the world, pretty much.
I mean, King Deuce was good to him. This could be a big one. Ace Jack and Ace 6, but it's very unpredictable what Daiming is going to do. So I'll hold off on predicting that this is a rejam and a call.
I don't think it's going to be rejam. But he's going to see a flop because he likes to at least see a flop. What? Rejam? Wow.
That's tough for Daniel too because it's 4 million chips.
Yeah, it's 20 blinds face jack. But like, normally this is a snap call in terms of, chip EV point of view. But now he should probably know that Daiming's been kind of tight.
Mm-hmm. It's really not an easy call. Daniel Dvoress folds. And Daiming gets away with murder here. He takes down a pot. And he got kings the following hand.
Wow, 6-6 hand. Like, if Daniel Dvoress doesn't win this tournament, that's the hand.
That's the hand, yeah. That is definitely the hand. Look at this. We're getting a little trappy here with kings. And the flop is ace, king. Well,
Daiming's probably thinking, I flopped a little too good. Can you change one of those aces to like a little card? There we go. That's something.
Yeah. Well, Guillaume Nola does pick up a pair. And in a pot like this, where it's like limp check, if I make an 8 on the turn, I feel pretty good, man. I was like, he doesn't have any of the aces, and it's unlikely he's got a king too. I actually think I'd call here if I'm Guillaume.
Yeah, it does call.
Daiming is going to go real greedy now, though. I can already feel it. 1.7 million.
Trying to think. I still think he should target the 8.
But mate, he's not thinking about that. He's thinking about how many chips can I possibly win here?
Yeah,
1.3 million.
You're right. Good read, Roddy. Just hopes his opponent has like a ace that checks it. I mean, the ace is so unlikely that he checked pre-flop. It's possible. You have the king flush. No, I don't know. Who's min bet?
McDavid gets it pretty much all in. And he's going to pick up the blinds here. I mean, the blinds obviously massive. And in 5 hands, the blinds will go up once more. Still playing less than 15 bigs. Diming now second in chips. After that crazy play with the ace-6 offsuit. He's like, last time I played ace-6, it didn't quite work out. Let's just prevent myself from making a bad fold on the river. And let's take it down pre-flop. I can't blame Daniel Dvoress for folding. Because if he's wrong there, all of a sudden he'd be the shortest stack. And then we'd be like, oh, you're risking 4 million chips with ace-jack offsuit.
Like, it's also the what's been going on with Dime. Diming hasn't been that out of line, really. So I like the fold a lot more. And now, if he's playing against a reg that's just, you know, like a damo, like I'm not folding that hand against him. Yeah.
Look at this. Diming is a new man. 10-5 suited from the small blind. Casually going for the 3x.
He's got Guillaume dominated here. Oh, that's going to be really hard to win with the 10-5 of spades.
Technically still ahead, mate.
I don't think he is. I think he's actually behind.
No, but I mean, 10 high is ahead.
Ah, sorry. No one cares, Roddy. No, but
I mean, that's kind of important. That's something that you should care about. Because if the run out is just the 3 of hearts, well, not the 3. The 3 would be bad. The 7 of hearts and the 7 of spades, 10 high would be good. Does make a bet. Let's see what Guillaume Nolet does. Would you like to see a call here, or would you like to see him go YOLO and jam?
Yellow wouldn't make sense, because he, like, what, you just going to jam a queen?
10 high is still good, Nanonoko. You said it didn't matter.
It does matter.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, definitely. I'm wondering if there's a chance Guillaume would not bet this hand. I don't know. He shouldn't. It's like the nut low.
Literally. Well, no. 3-4.
Diming betting here would be pretty courageous. Wow. That's a big read. Like, he puts his opponent on a queen, I think.
Oh, I just think he thinks that I have nothing, so I need to bluff to win this spot.
That's probably true, too. Hey, it's your birthday. He just folded your birthday.
Oh, that's fine, Nanonoko. I do not blame him. Another wild hand between Diming and Guillaume Nolet, and this time the 10-5 was good all the way to the end. Diming did feel that he probably just stole it. He's like, oh man, I'm playing good. It's like, no, actually, your opponent just like literally missed everything. Guillaume decides to jam the deuces. How the hell does Diming have 6.5 million chips, Nanonoko?
Didn't I say there's no chance this guy gets a heads up?
Mm-hmm.
Didn't I say my guy was going to get the heads up?
Mm-hmm. Check, check.
It's starting to tilt me a little bit. My guy, he's not gonna get very far, is he?
Well, top 4 is not that, but I mean, we're one like if Guillaume Nolet would double up one time through Daniel Dvoress, they are awfully close to each other. They're actually like dead even, so it's really not that bad. It just kind of looks back. This could be it. Jack 10 of diamonds, we could jam that, and Guillaume should call with King Queen offsuit. I think it's a call, man. It is an all-in and a call. Here we go. Guillaume does get it in good.
He can't lose another all-in, can he? He can. Oh my gosh.
We're going to need a king or a jack on the river. We need to see paint or it's all over. That's not paint. Wow. Guillaume Nolet eliminated in 4th place after chip leading this final table for a while and getting kings approximately 37 times. And we are down to 3.
If I was Guillaume, I wouldn't have even put that good game emoji he did at the end. No, that's tilting because he didn't even get a pay jump in this 4-handed.
Nope. Well, McDavid could potentially get a double here. Damien can obviously get away. I would like to.
Wow, it's
makes the
short.
call. Massive pot. A7 against ace queen. R7's the GG nuts. Apparently they are not. And McDavid, the man who came in as chip leader, lost all his chips early on with kings versus aces, is now second. Well, it's not second in chips, but he's still top 3. And he's back to 4.5 million.
These guys who seemed like they were out of the tournament have come back to life with lots of chips, right? Diving and McDavid, I don't expect any of these guys in heads up, but one of them's. It's probably going to be these two heads up. Daniel Dvoress is out next. That's my prediction.
No. Don't even say that. Think of the 115 people out there that have bet some money on Daniel Dvoress, Nananoka.
How many bets on Diving? I can't read it.
31.
Okay, so some people believe.
I mean, his odds were, I believe, 8.8. Chinese sounding name, 8.8 return. Everyone's betting $88, mate. Diamond casually has a full house here. McDavid probably likes that ace. He's like, I was kind of worried about the ace, but now I feel pretty good about pocket eights.
Yeah, he's value betting here. Protecting his hand. Bit of everything.
What a bizarre final table we witnessed tonight. Oh.
Greedy? A little greedy. But hey, you know what? This could get paid a little bit. And it does. Nice.
Imagine if an 8 would have rolled off on the river.
But I think like McDavid's thinking that maybe his opponent is doing it. It could be a bluff, but it could also be one of those like showdown raises where I raise small and I just insta check back river. So I think because like if Diamond had a 6, it's possible he makes that play. Some people like to do that.
Wonder what we're betting here. I'd kind of like to see a smaller bet because of the way that McDavid has played his hand. Wow, he bets big and he gets snap called. McDavid receives the news that his 8s are nowhere near good as Daiming had a full house and we've got a new chip leader and it's Daiming.
Bizarre. And such a snap call. Like he was convinced. I don't know.
Yeah.
Weird.
And now McDavid is down to less than 4 big blinds, so it seems like the magical comeback is gonna end soon. Daiming just limped there, and Daniel Dvoress check back, ace check. Hello. What do
He doesn't want to. He doesn't want to bust before McDavid. You know, Dvoress is pretty cautious in big stack versus big stack situations. That's how he got away from the ace king.
True. Yeah, maybe it makes sense. Can definitely get behind it. Does get one call out of Daiming. Queen rolls off on the river. Daniel might even just check this back. Let's see what he does. Maybe he can get a tiny bit of value now. He goes real big. I'm actually surprised that he bets this big.
I mean, he doesn't have to be worried. Like given the action, otherwise he can get checked raised. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, then you'd be worried, wouldn't you? Daiming decides to raise the king 7. McDavid has one of the worst hands. It is Citadel. 25% of his stack is already in the middle. What does he do? He folds.
Maybe you see a flop. I don't know. I try not to play those stack sizes.
Well, you probably like king deuce, but we know that McDavid is very dominated here. Daiming will obviously always call with king queen. And here we go. We saw Daniel Dvoress get lucky with king deuce earlier. McDavid needs a deuce and a deuce only. There is the deuce, my goodness. We need a queen or a 10 for Daiming, or McDavid gets a double. What's up with king deuce tonight, Nano?
Yeah, no. Like, this hand usually doesn't get played, too. And it's happened twice. Like I'm telling you, if Daiming wins this tournament, we're going back to the ace-jack, because he could be out of that. He should have been out. Not should have been, but highly likely.
We have king 9 battling it out here with ace 8. Neither player flops a pair. I think Daniel will gladly check this one back. Instead, he's going to bet a little bit. Ace high obviously is good here very often.
A little call, huh? King high? Yeah, it could be good. I could see that.
Daniel does hold a club. Obviously, Daiming does not. We're going to check it all the way to the end. King high versus ace high. I don't see any reason really to bet here, unless Daniel feels like he needs to bet to win it. But we know he didn't. That's a nice little pot for him. Now we're just waiting for McDavid to get it all in, guys. 5 big blinds, 6 big blinds. Let's get it on.
I'd wait for the king deuce or the pocket fours, in my opinion. One of them.
I mean, you don't just get pocket fours, mate.
Give him the pocket fours, because we'll guarantee see 5-card run out. That's what I want to see.
Let's see if Daiming wants to defend this 7 deuce. I gotta say, so far, this weird 3-handed dynamic has been working out well for Daniel. Because at one point, Daiming had like 2.5, 3 million chips more than Daniel Dvoress. Right now, Daniel Dvoress actually has a few more chips. Yes, he's got my birthday. He's gonna flop big, Nanonoko. He's gonna flop big.
I mean, it's a big for that hand, I'll tell you. He's gonna turn
Timing,
big.
obviously, flopping top pair. Five of clubs on the turn. How would you like them apples? That's a pretty big turn. We now have a gut shot. We've got a flush draw. We've got bottom pair. An 8 is obviously no good.
I told you the turn was going to be big. You just got the flop the wrong way. It's going to be a good flop if you go backwards.
I said he was going to flop big. I meant he's going to have a big run out. Obviously, guys. Obviously.
Yeah, he's going to lose chips here. Does he pay off? We see him pay off of ace 3 high. So
I want to erase that hand of my memory, mate. The A6, not the one where he jammed, because that one was pretty baller, even though he was behind, but it worked. But then the fold for 400k on the river with the pair of aces.
yeah, he thinks the line's a little funny. But, you know, last time he saw a funny line from Guillaume Nollet, he called, he got shown to good. So, yeah, I'd be a little surprised if he actually called this time.
Solid fold by Daiming. Daniel Dvoress had over 10 million chips for the first time tonight. We've got ace king here. Let's see what Daniel does with king 9. Folds immediately.
Nah, Daniel's not playing a hand until McDavid's out.
I mean, there is a $70,000 difference between second and third, so we can't truly blame him.
Raise it up. Wow, okay.
Are we gonna see a call? I'd like to see a call. The hand is suited. You can smash some low boards. Here we go. Ace 8 offsuit against 4 deuce of spades. It's gonna be hard. Oh, there's the ace on the turn. McDavid staying alive. He goes up to the mighty fine amount of 5 big blinds and some change.
How many times has this guy doubled up with no stack?
4 or 5 times at this point. I mean, for Daniel Dvoress, I feel this is not even that bad. Obviously, you want the pay jump, but ever since this weird 3-handed dynamic started, he's won like 3 million chips, so it's kind of working out for him.
I think Daniel's feeling very comfortable. He's up against 2 guys who satellite in who are not very aggressive. Like, this is really, I think his game plan is going to be to grind it out. But if you're up against some other like regs or aggressive, like you kind of just trying to play your best poker. But here, I think he's going to want to reduce variance and not go too crazy in some spots.
If nobody bets, we're going to chop this one up. Daniel probably kind of likes king high here, but Daiming has the same. So this will be a chop. No, I'm with you. Makes a lot of sense. It has never looked better for Daniel Dvoress to finally win a high roller super millions. McDavid could double again here, mate. Ace king against king 10.
100%. I think he is going to double.
Daiming makes the call, and he will receive the nails that he's looking for 10s. 10 and a 10 only at this point. Maybe a heart. Oh, there's the 10. Now McDavid needs to hit an ace or a jack on the river or it's all over. And it is all over. We are heads up. Unfortunate way for McDavid to go. I don't think he played bad, Nanonoko. It's just that we couldn't really see what he was made of because he lost all his chips with kings against aces, and we can't blame any man for that.
Yeah, I think the right word is that both of these guys, even Daiming, he's not playing bad. Like, we've seen some guys at our final table, they kind of play bad, you know? But they're just playing kind of conservative in some spots.
Well, heads up it is. Stacks are pretty damn even. We've got a battle on our hands. Daiming does have a pair of deuces here. Let's see if Daniel Dvoress keeps betting.
So you still liking your Daniel Dvoress here, bet? Like,
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't get much better than this, right? He's heads up, dead even in stacks against a satellite player who has made at least one or two questionable plays tonight. Let's keep it at that. So, if Daniel doesn't win it today, then he's dead to me. He's never a single dollar on him again when it comes to final table betting.
it would be like Ferrari man did win before. Daiming can do it.
I mean, obviously anyone can do it, right? At the end of the day, it's poker. We're not ultra deep. Like how many big blinds are we playing? 35, 40, something like that.
Daiming's just making it 800K, isn't he?
Yep. He is making it 800K. 6-4 makes the call and flops an open-ender.
Yeah, it's pretty good flop for 6-4. Oh, when's the last time I made a straight with 6-4? I can't remember.
I mean, when you flop open-enders, then a no-call. They happen quite often. That's 1.4 million. We know that Daiming loves his ace high every now and then. Nah, not this time. Daniel maybe getting a bit greedy there, but obviously there are 2 hearts on the board. Pretty sick. Ace 10, 6-4. Turns the coconuts.
All right, Daiming, you don't gotta fold your way to the top. It's got one opponent. You said you had $75 on Daniel. Is that right?
That is correct.
So how much you get back?
I think it's like 375-ish, something
Wow.
like that.
Congrats. Well done, Roddy. You picked the winner. You're gonna get paid final table betting. You're up against a satellite winner, and
it's 352 actually. That is a funny turn card. Obviously, Daiming his pair of fives is still good, but you don't love to see it.
well, the value bet might get paid. Nice, if it does.
It is hard to make a pair on these boards in heads up. Daniel does make the call, and he'll receive the bad news that Daiming his 5-3 had him crushed on the flop. Well done, Daiming takes the lead. Nanonoko didn't even finish his speech yet about me picking the winner, and the other guy takes the lead.
Yeah, you're talking about how confident you feel.
I'm still feeling confident. I mean, once again, like it'd be insane not to feel confident here in Daniel Dvoress, right? Wouldn't any poker player in the world pick Daniel Dvoress to win here at even odds?
Of course, but the thing is, sometimes in these situations, the pro, I mean, I'll just say the pro and the satellite winner. The pro, he over adjusts and he misses opportunities because he thinks he's got a big post-flop edge. Wow, nice call. King high.
Daiming makes the call with king high and scoops another 1 million chip pot and kind of extends his lead. Still feeling confident, but a little less confident than I felt 5 hands ago.
Yeah, so what I say is sometimes the pros make over adjustments. Not saying Daniel would do that, and then they miss opportunities, and they I'm not saying the ace jack for example, but it's something like that where you probably should call in a vacuum, but then you don't because you think there's a better situation, etc. So we'll see.
Daiming definitely playing quite solid so far. Let's see what he does with the worst hand in poker. We'll fold. We've seen people just 3-bet or just raise because they didn't want to limp. They don't want to see a flop. Oh. Blinds go up, which means we are getting a little shorter. That's obviously bad news for Daniel, who just lost a couple million chips. Limps here with Jack 9, and Daiming, let's not forget, just raised with the 9s, and now he's going to raise it up again with Ace King suited. That is a feisty flop for Daniel. Last time he hit the flopped the open ender, he did drill it.
It'd be really nice for him to hit a king because that would give his opponent top pair, top kicker too. So this is a very connected board for these two types of hands. And
the Jack of Hearts, not a terrible card to have here either. It is a pretty big bet. If Daniel makes this call, we're going to see one of the biggest pots of the night. And he does make a 9. Obviously, he may not necessarily think the 9 is good. We know it is, though. Let's see what Diming does on this turn.
It's hard to bet. Like,
Yeah.
say you bet 2 million, your opponent jams, like, that's a disaster. Like, your opponent would jam a decent amount too.
Goes check, check on the turn. Interesting check back, but
Yeah, I think this just goes check, check.
Daniel will receive the good news that his Jack 9 is best. Diming is like, damn it. Really just lost a big pot against Jack 9. Offsuit. You did. And that means Daniel's back in the lead with 9.6 million chippies. There is a $82,000 difference between winning this tournament and taking second place, as Daniel Dvoress very casually flops bottom 2 pair. It's hard to make a pair in heads up. It's even harder to flop 2 pair.
Yeah. Wow, you guys are running so good.
I mean, you only run good when you actually get paid on the hands where you flop good, no?
Look, Guillaume Nola got paid with kings every single time. He went out in fourth. Okay, it's like there's more than getting paid in this game.
Where did it even go wrong for Guillaume Nolet? Where did he lose all his chips?
He literally lost. He lost like 4 or 5 all-ins in a row, I think. Right? Like
King
he
Queen
lost
against Jack 10.
Yeah, that's the nail, the big one. But like the jacks, he had jacks, diming, jammed a 7 offsuit.
Yeah. That was a big one too. So far, I do think that Diming is holding his own in the heads up. Not playing bad at all.
Yeah, and heads up, like I think it's kind of hard to make, I wouldn't say mistakes, but like, it's hard to, you wouldn't deviate too far from your game because you're just looking, look, there's one guy I got to beat. I can't outladder anyone, so you're going to play whatever your heads up game style is. So I wouldn't expect him to kind of like just go down without a fight.
We have another break scheduled in 9 minutes. Let's see if we make that. I have the feeling we're going to see an all-in before that. As Diming tried to take a stab at this one on the turn. Daniel turned a 7. He checked it.
It would be hard to see an all-in by then, don't you? Like,
no, we're going to see an all-in, mate.
I mean, the reason I say this, there should be, like I said, I don't think Daniel Dvoress will play too crazy. And they're kind of deep. Deep enough, I guess, is a better way to say it.
It's less than 30 big blinds, though, for Diming.
Yeah, but it's not like 20 big blind heads up. But we'll see. We'll see. You telling me in 10 minutes? Yeah, right. Like, there's no way.
All the chips will go. Someone's tournament life will be on the line.
All right. Oh, King 5 and King Jack. These are definitely hands that could call or re-raise or whatever.
Well, we see a big open by Diming. King Jack heads up pretty good, but calling here and then playing a flop out of position is tricky. Danny Dvoress does decide to do it. Will Diming c-bet or not? A tiny c-bet could get it done here.
Well, if Diming c-bets a lot, then Daniel shouldn't be folding King Jack high here in heads up. It just too often be the best hand. It's just, yeah. But I guess he doesn't think Diming is. I think he just thinks he's playing a little bit more straightforward or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Well done by Diming. Means we are dead even again, and this is still anybody's game. 31 people out there bet on Diming when it came to the final table betting. 116 bet on Daniel Dvoress. This is a bad one for Daniel as he's getting out-pipped.
And the kicker, I think, is likely to play in this one, yeah. Someone should find one more bet. I think Diming needs to figure out probably river card.
Imagine if we find the last 7 in the deck. Wouldn't that be a disaster?
That's what Kevin Martin says.
Every board has a 7. Most of them have 2. Fortunately for Daniel, that is not the case, but he is still going to lose a pretty big pot here unless something very weird happens on the river. Diamond checks. I think Daniel will be quite normally happy to check this one back. And he does check it back and receive the bad news that the 10 high isn't, or 10 high kicker is no good. Timing. 11 million chips. He's back where he was a little while ago. Daniel Dvoress has his work cut out for him.
You're trying to count him out. Too early, mate.
I feel like Diming is in position every hand. Like, what happens to the hand where he's out of position?
I think it's the way the tables are set up, Set up. Across.
We've got the 6 of clubs. I mean, Daniel probably thinks that he's never going to win this hand. He's like, I've got 9 high.
Both of them are thinking that, right? Like, who's going to throw out just even a min bet wins?
Yeah. One big blind bet could get it done here. Diming knows that he can obviously not win. He checks it back. And Daniel's like, what? I win? It's like, yeah. Actually win, mate. 9 high is good.
Yeah, I think Diming should have threw a bet somewhere. Your opponent looks like he's got nothing.
Just pretend that you randomly hit the king. Just throw in that one big blind.
Yeah, for sure. He had a club too on the turn, right? Huh. Interesting.
Ace king against 6-4. Not quite what we saw before, but last time we saw 6-4, it did make it straight. That was an open-ended though. This time it's a gut shot. And he'll see bets. I mean, Diming should call here, right? When we've got 4 clean outs to the nuts.
100% for this price too. Like, it's kind of criminal to fold this.
The board pairs, which I don't think is that bad for Daniel. Obviously, he'd prefer to see something that connects a little more, but ace king is still very often good here. We do check it back on the turn. I think if Diming takes a stab at this one, I actually think there's a very good chance Daniel calls, right? Ace king is still pretty... it's not easy, but I actually think you should call here.
Yeah, if your opponent is floating random cards, then yeah, you got to find a call. Like, for example, like Jack highs, like, Jack 8 suited or whatever. Some people call here King highs.
The only thing that may go through Daniel's mind is like he just gave up on a hand where he had 6 high. But this time he does find a call and he makes the correct call. And that's a pretty big pot. 4 million chips heading into Daniel's way, which means he will retake the lead. Solid call, but I don't think mandatory, but also not like the most insane call ever, right? Like ace king is just too often good there.
It heads up too, like yeah, I think you got a cry call there. Like, of course you're often going to see your beat things, but yeah, it's a great call. Well done.
The Diming pairs is 6 here on the turn. It's going to be Daniel who leads out with his overcard and his gut shot. Actually kind of annoying for Diming to call here because, yeah, you have a pair, but it feels like so many cards on the river are going to be bad.
Daniel Dvoress is getting away with this stuff, man.
Can't really blame Diming too much for that one. I don't think it's easy. Like, I know it's hard to make a pair and stuff, but that's kind of an ugly board for your bottom pair. 8-7 of spades. Somehow flops worst, but does have an open ender and obviously 2 overcards to the pair of 6s of Diming. So I still kind of like Daniel Dvoress' chances to win this hand.
Yeah, just got to check call on these limp pots. Okay, that is a great card. Great card.
Well, I do think a 4 on the river. I don't know if it's all over. And then again, nah, it's 4 straight.
I imagine 8-7 might want to bet again, though. Yeah. Can put pressure.
I think if a 9 hits, though, then there is a chance the tournament ends, right? Like with a 4, it may not, but with a 9?
Yeah. Oh, 100%. I think it's basically set the price, Daniel Dvoress. I'm trying to think, should he jam here? 3-6. Oh, he does make the call.
Makes a full house on the river. Diming obviously was already good. Now he's real good. Now he's wondering, what am I going to do here? I think for Daniel, it's a bit hard. Like, obviously, giving up sucks on 3.5 million chips, but wow, he bets 2 million. Diming loves to see that. I know Dominguez is going to take his sweet time before he gets it all in. That's a big misstep for Daniel.
Yeah, I guess he put his opponent on a 6 or 5. He does have a 6. Just has the pair of 3s with it.
Daniel does not love to see that.
Your bet feeling a little worse?
No, I mean, we've been here before. Daniel Dvoress at 7 million. It's just unlucky, right? With a 9 there, it's completely different. With a 4, it's different. I think it's gotten good that an 8 or a 7 didn't roll off, because then it would have been... maybe Daniel would have just checked the river then with showdown value. Who knows? It does mean that Daniel is once again a little bit behind, but have no fear. All Daniel Dvoress bettors out there. He is playing the Roddy birthday, and he's about to win some chips.
I can't not unsee the Roddy birthday. My God, you something look like. Oh, well, we've done 48 weeks of this. So like, I've learned some dumb shit from you, Roddy. Pocket fours always makes a set. Your birthday, like, my God, why did I sign up for this?
By the time that we are done with the high roller super millions, you will be the worst poker player on this planet. No.
Oh, I'm getting worse for sure. And apparently pocket fives always makes a set. Like the thing, I know it. There's gonna be a spot where I got pocket fours. Maybe I just lost a hand somewhere else. I'm like, it's gonna make a set. I'm all in, and it's gonna be out of the tournament or whatever. Gosh, break.
Well, you were correct about the fact that we did not see an all-in. We saw a couple of big pots, but guys, we are entering most likely our final break, unless we have the most epic heads-up of all time. We'll be back in 4 minutes. Hopefully, you guys are enjoying the show. And let's see who wins week 48. Will it be Daniel Dvoress or will it be Diming?
Hello, everybody. Daniel Negreanu here with some good news from the GGPoker Network. We've been preparing a promotion for the new year called GG Care. As any poker player might know, sometimes you find yourself in what we call unfortunate situations, some ugly bad beats, right? Well, that's where GG Care comes in. GG Care will take care of you with huge prize pools available every day. Let's see how you can get your GG Care benefits. Aces versus kings. Yep, all in before the flop. I mean, nobody's going to fold that, right? That's just a setup. It's a cooler. I can't imagine being, at the final table of the World Series of Poker heads up and this happening to me. It's just brutal. Bad beats should never be a thing, but they are. Thanks, GG. I flopped the top set. Very nice. Some fucking idiot chases a runner straight to suck out on me. Unbelievable. But in my darkest moment, GG Care was there. Thanks, GG. Flop the second nut set, the middle set on the flop. It's an impossible cooler. How can you be beat there? The guy has top set. Nobody's folding that. Sometimes it just feels unfair. Thanks, GG. As you can see, in the most unfortunate of situations, GG Care will appear for you. Are you curious how to get these benefits? Don't worry, you don't even have to lift a finger. First, simply enjoy the game as usual. Whenever something unfortunate happens, GG Care will be there. Secondly, when confronted with such circumstances, GG Care automatically will register you into a flip-out tournament with a huge prize. Just check the pop-up window. Thirdly, take a rest, have yourself a nap, get yourself a good night's sleep, clear your mind of all the bad beats, and when you wake up, the daily GG Care prizes will be waiting for you. That's all there is to GG Care. Pretty simple, isn't it? Just play the game as normal and GG Care will take care of you. And the prize money will only grow more and more in the future, so keep your eyes posted and good luck, everybody. I hope you don't have too many bad beats, but if you do, GG Care will be there. Thanks, GG.
Elkie was waiting to come back to the final table
Fedor holds things. Oh my God.
Michael Adamo is the best.
Welcome back, guys, to the heads up between Daiming and Daniel Dvoress, where obviously Daniel, I think, was the favorite, perhaps still is, but things have not really been going his way over the last few minutes. Lost a big one with the 8-7, where he had the open-ended straight draw. Daiming made a full house on the river. But obviously still plenty of big blinds left, question mark. I mean, 24, it's something. There is some play left. We do flop good here with queen 4. Would not mind a bet. That's actually a really good check back because now Daiming makes a pair and Daniel Dvoress can get some extra chips out of his opponent. Definitely want to see a bet now. And we do. Obviously, Daiming should call here, making a pair of tens. Let's see if we're going to get crazy or we're just calling. We'll probably just check one more time. If I was Daniel, try to get a few extra chips out of my opponent. Obviously, the 4 kicker is no good, but it's hard to make a pair in heads up, and top pair is even harder. That's 1 million chips here on the river. He has bluffed a couple of times, so this may make Daiming call a bet of 3.3 big blinds. Welcome back, Nanonoko.
It always looks good when you got these pairs on these smaller pots. Like, you're not going to fold this.
It's a good one for Daniel. He's still down, but now he's only down literally 1 big blind. Can potentially turn that deficit around this hand, as his ace-4 has the 5-4 dominated. Big moment. Can Daniel Dvoress finally win a high roller Super Millions after making all these final tables and having a couple of disappointing early exits in some of the previous editions? Well, that's not going to help, as Daiming makes a pair of 5s on the turn.
You know what's the funniest thing is, the only time we've had people asking about making a deal was like the superstar like one in it, right? Like these guys satellite, they're not like misclick, like trying to make a deal when they can't. Like I always thought that was funny because you'd always expect the satellite guys like, oh, is it possible to make a deal?
I mean, it is pretty clear. It obviously says in the lobby too that deal making is not possible at the final table. King 6 against 5-8. 5-8 once more makes a pair.
No, I thought you were going to talk about your birthday.
No, not this time. We'll let it slide. Only when it's Daniel Dvoress. Gotta support my final table bet a little bit. Daniel does make a bet at this flop. Obviously, Daiming calls. Only a king is gonna save Daniel.
Yeah, he's probably going to check the king 6, got showdown value. I tell you, there's a chance Dvoress pays off with king high here. Daiming should definitely value bet this because Dvoress beats a lot of hands that would check call, like a 9-7, 9-6, jack, whatever. I think there's a chance he calls here.
It is a pretty big bet. A little over 3 big blinds. And we don't have that many big blinds.
Nice
He
fold.
folds. Yeah, only in heads up we talk about nice folds when it's king high, but I'm with you. On that board, king high is good quite often, so well done by Daniel. Wouldn't mind to see him raise it up. Daniel has not been raising a lot in this heads up match so far.
Yeah, my expectation is Daniel Dvoress to limp a lot in heads up. He wants to stack the pot ratio as large as possible against a player who he assumes he's much better at post flop. Having said that, Dai Ming, he is limping too, but really what he should be doing is open raising. Shrink that stack to pot ratio. Yeah, and kind of like increasing the variance a little bit. Doesn't need to go too crazy. It's not. I'm not saying jam 30 big blinds over and over again, but I definitely think because like say you raise pre-flop, get a couple C bets into your opponent just misses every time. Like they're down to 20 big blinds and it happens.
Yep. Blinds will go up again in 4 hands, and then we get even shorter, so that is bound to happen regardless. I'm gonna check this one down all the way to the river. And the jack high of Dai Ming is actually still good. Daniel Dvoress has absolutely nothing. He is playing the board. Fire is a little bet. It wouldn't be the craziest jack high call of all time. Well done by Daniel. Actually kind of sad because the flop was quite promising for Dai Ming. He had the jack of spades, 2 spades, a gut shot. Kind of felt like that was supposed to be his hand.
Yeah, like I think he should be raising hands like king 5 suited, like just because he's up against a player who's going to out-solo him, in my opinion. And so we'll see though. Maybe I'm not giving Dai Ming enough credit.
I mean, he has played well. It's just that he had 2 or 3 very weird hands. Like when he all of a sudden called off the 900k with ace high, when he folded to a 400k bet in a 1.2 million pot, where he still would have covered everyone else of the short stacks if he was wrong when he had a pair of aces.
Yeah, I think he gets like these kind of like a little brain fart or like moments where he makes some mistakes. But as of right now, and this heads up, he's just quite straightforward, it seems.
Well, he leads out here with a pair of 3s. Daniel Dvoress loves to see that as he flopped trip jacks. A 3 or a king would be real bad news. Daniel raises. That's kind of funny.
Yeah, I think Daniel thinks is the best way to get a little bit of action. He's raising really small because he doesn't want his... maybe his opponent floats him. Maybe his opponent actually has a pair. All sorts of little other things that could happen. I don't think Dai Ming's going to fold.
Jack, Jack 3 rainbow. Dai Ming makes the call. 9. Wow, Daniel Dvoress makes a full house. What do we do here, Nanoko?
That's small. I think I go like a third pot or something.
It's a pretty big bet. If I was Dai Ming now, I would start believing that my opponent does indeed have the jack. You get raised on the flop, and on the turn, your opponent is betting pretty big, while Daniel Dvoress has not bet big in too many
fold.
streets.
Beautiful fold.
Yep.
That's a hard one.
Even though it's just bottom pair, well done. Daniel retakes the lead. We've had a lot of lead changes so far in this heads up. This is like the 5th or 6th time that they are swapping out who's leading.
So he's going big raise on the button here. See, that's what he should be doing. Just taking down those free blinds.
I don't hate it, Nanonoko. We're limping with Jack deuce. Let's see what Dai Ming does with King 7 offsuit. Decides to check it back. Ace 10 8 all hearts. Nobody flops anything. I mean, King high starts looking pretty good.
It's definitely King high is definitely the best hand. I don't. No heart though. It's tough. Ooh.
Another heart does roll off on the river. We've seen Daniel before take stabs at these kinds of pots when nothing really happened, but he doesn't have a lot of shit.
Oh, I'm surprised.
I think he thought that maybe Jack high is good. Yes, it would be good against anything else other than King high. 9-6 versus Ace 8. Let's see if Daniel decides to raise it up. He does. I don't hate it. Especially because obviously the blind's getting bigger. Blinds just went up again. Big blind is now 350k. Just taking it down pre-flop makes a big difference. Wouldn't hate a fold here, Daniel. I know that people hate folding, but once in a blue moon, a fold isn't bad.
I actually don't mind him limping. The reason is I haven't seen Dai Ming raise from the big blind without a real hand. So he's not punishing Daniel's limps. So he's actually getting a lot of free flops, I guess, with the... that he shouldn't be getting, I think. It's a better way to say it.
How good are those free flops with 8-3 offsuit, though?
I mean, like, your opponent's going to have a bunch of garbage, too. It's his first one of bets wins.
King 5 suited against A6 offsuit. Daniel may like this hand quite a bit more. Let's see what he decides to do. I feel like we're going to get out of line this time.
Nah, I don't think so. You got to think about it from Daniel's point of view. Say he risks 3 million chips and he's wrong. Like, he's down to 5 million. He didn't even get to see a flop. Like, he wants to avoid that situation altogether.
Flop is obviously pretty disastrous for Daniel. I mean, he does have a couple of backdoors. Diming, flop, stop pair, and bets big too. 1.4 million. 4 big blinds, and he's going to take it down. So he will once more take a pretty healthy lead. Back to 11 million chips.
Yeah, normally that's like a flop you'd want to check call, but it's 3x pre-flop, and then like that big flop bet, like you don't want to risk it with these kind of stack size. You're playing 21 big blinds now.
I'm with you. Daniel Dvoress bets, and he's going to take this one down with 8 high. So proper heads up, and Noko. It's definitely not a one-sided adventure here. Let's see what Diming does with the 9 deuce suited. He limps too. Daniel can obviously raise this up. Not expecting much to happen here. Raise fold. I didn't know. At one point I was feeling real good, and now I'm just like, man, this is anybody's game. It could very well be Diming.
I think it's up to. I think if the blinds go up one or two more times, like it's definitely anyone's game. Right now, I think there's still enough effective stack size where I feel all right about Daniel Dvoress. But I can see what you can see what Daniel's doing. He's trying to grind his opponent out like really hard, limping a bunch, just min betting flops.
Needs an 8-10 or a 9 on the river to take the lead. Could potentially still get Diming to fold. Well, that's going to be a little bit less likely now. I hope for Daniel that it doesn't start feeling adventurous because he's holding an 8. Because Diming ain't folding 2 pair.
Yeah. He knows this hand's no good. He's one. Yeah, it's not gonna work. Wow.
Diming snap calls. Takes the big lead. I just realized, by the way, that it's 11:42 a.m. and I actually plan on casting some StarCraft tonight too. Now, obviously, there's no rush. I won't run away or anything, but I never thought that I was going to be short on time. I was like, I'm going to have some dinner after poker casting, and then I've got the night shift in SE2. Well, that might not be happening yet. Even though obviously the blinds are going up and it does feel like we're getting closer and closer towards the end. But when it comes to my final table betting, we're not heading in the right direction.
Nice little bet.
Yeah, I love betting there. Love betting here when we flop that. Obviously, you don't have anything yet, but...
Does it upset you when you don't get to see the turn card because your opponent folded? Like, I'm like, nah, you gotta call.
No. As long as I don't have a made hand, I never care if they fold, no matter how big the draw. Only if you play the cash games at the regular tables at GG, because there's jackpot potential. So if you have like a royal flush draw and you bet big and they fold, you're like, no, don't fold. Like, I'm supposed to spike my royal there and actually hit the jackpot. But in tournaments, I wouldn't give a damn. On to the next one. 2-1 lead at this point. This is the biggest lead that Diming has had all night long. And the small ball is not really working out for Daniel Dvoress.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, even though you have this great game plan, it's heads up after all with shallow stacks. And if the cards don't fall the right way, you're going to bleed too. It doesn't matter how good you are.
Rivering and Queen is going to help. Tiny bet. I don't think Diming is going to get too carried away. It's been quite a bet. I mean, if you've only started watching when we got heads up, probably quite impressed with the way the Diming is playing. He's really not making any errors, if you ask me. I feel like he's playing real solid in heads up.
Yeah, pretty much solid is the best word. So I expect a little min bet from Daniel here. Oh, okay, take a free one off. Pair it up.
Make a pair of sevens on the turn ain't too shabby either. See what Diming decides to do with his jack three. Both players still have a little bit of time left in their time bank. If you guys wonder what happens when it goes to 0, at that point you have 5 seconds until your emergency clock starts running, and that's a red clock, and that will also give you 5 seconds. And if you don't make any action, then it's automatically a fold. We've seen it happen quite often in the past that people make some questionable choices when they've got no time bank left. They feel pressured, and they have made calls in moments where they probably wouldn't have called if they just had a little more time.
Make some crazy bluffs too, like go to Nikov. And we've also seen guys who have 5 extra seconds who don't like to use them, like Laikonen.
Yeah, Laikonen did not know about the emergency clock. Hey, Laikonen gave us a lot of stuff to talk about, but in the end, he did ship it at his very first appearance at the final table. So all good in the end. Probably even helped him out. Diming flop bottom pair here, and Daniel Dvoress makes a bet. And at this point, every big blind absolutely starts mattering. Oh, Diming makes trips. If Daniel Dvoress is set out to win this hand, this could very well be it.
It's a weird board to set out to win the hand, right? Like it's ace 8-4. You know your opponent's got something.
Diming makes a full house, but it's obviously the bad full house. Is Daniel Dvoress gonna take a stab at it? Nope. He decides to let this one go. He will receive the Niels that. It's good that he didn't make any plays on the turn, because he would not have won anything. Diming would have never gone anywhere. Daniel's getting real short, man. We're in like 16 big blind territory at this point.
Roddy, you might want to be a little worried, in my opinion.
I am worried. I'm also worried for Daniel. I just kind of feel like he kind of deserves to win one by now. He plays almost every single week. He's made it to 7 final tables. The scenario when it was 3-handed was perfect. It really felt like it was all going his way.
No one deserves to win one. Come on. Besides, look, if Daniel deserves to win one, then João Vera deserves to win one too, right?
I actually do think that João Vera deserves to win one. He had another good run, actually, when I did the railing. Obviously, guys, I'll try to do that again on the Sunday night. I can't promise I'll do it each and every single week because it does go till 5 a.m. for me. But it's been fun watching the final 4 or 5 tables of the High Roller Super Million. And João Vera was there again. He got it in good a couple times. It wasn't his fault. Also played aces a couple times. I saw that, João Vera.
He also gets aces a lot, I feel.
Not as much as Arthur, though. Arthur should just rename himself. Instead of Martyrosian, it should be Arturosian. So he's Arthur. He's AA. Daniel Dvoress takes one down with 5 high. Could be a big pot here. Queen 9 of diamonds looks real pretty in heads up. Daniel Dvoress got king queen suited. I wouldn't even hate a jam here, Noko. I know that's maybe a bit out of character, and we haven't seen that yet. But we are getting short. He makes the call. Well, that's brilliant.
That's like the best scenario, right? Because now you're going to get a full double up.
Do you think that if Diming check, he sets the trap, but he's trapping himself?
He's still going to lose it all. Daniel bets and jams, yeah.
Full double income?
Full double. Full double income, in my opinion.
Unless a 9 rolls off on the river. Daniel Dvoress bets 1.4 million. What does Diming do with his top pair? 9 kicker. Does he just call here or will he go for all of it?
I think you call, but I mean, I wouldn't fault him he jams because there's only, 11 big blinds behind? Wouldn't. Yeah. He's really thinking about it, though. He's going to call. Oh, well, that's a okay card. Maybe he convinced himself that he's behind to like a 7 or 2 clubs now.
Daniel's going to take a couple seconds, and then he will probably go for all of it. 5 million in the middle. He's playing 4 million behind. Daniel Dvoress does go for everything. And what will Diming do? He makes the call, and that means that Daniel Dvoress wins by far and away the biggest spot of the night and retakes the lead. 13.4 million chips. It's kind of unfortunate for Diming.
Yeah. Cooler for sure, in my opinion. Like, especially when you check back the flop, you don't really look like you have a queen that much. Here, jam, of course.
Does jam, Daniel folds. So how many big blinds are we playing? Is that 15-ish, right?
Oh, this is not a good level for me, Roddy. Like, the 350K, come on.
I think it's 16. 16 big blinds seems about right. Jack 7 against 7-8. That's a funny flop. Daniel Dvoress flops an open-ender, but he's on the wrong side of things. Diming flops an open-ender. But the right one. Wouldn't hate it. Wow, Diming folds. What do you make of that fold for one big blind?
I don't really like it. I think if he was going to fold for one big blind, he should have just bet when he checked 2 on the flop. Like, seems mandatory with that hand too. You could even have the best hand like you did. Don't think it's unreal.
9-6 against 9-deuce. 2 absolute monsters battling it out here. Lovely flop. They both flop the world, Nananoka.
Yep. Just a bunch of 9 highs.
We're actually on the... We're going to chop this if nobody bets. It's kind of funny.
Can 9 high showdown? Yes, it can.
If I was Diming, I would start getting a little more adventurous now. Just jam a few more times with not just the best hands, but also with decent hands. Like, for instance, this one. Said he limps. I wouldn't hate to see him jam here.
I feel like Diming should have punished Daniel's limp.
Well,
at least.
Now we can jam.
Yeah, 100%. This should be a limp jam.
Well done. Daniel's like, damn it. I haven't been raising garbage all night long. And the one time that I opened 9 this, you're jamming ace-9 on me? You okay then, Nananoka? I thought you were falling forward, mate.
Yeah, no.
I was like, there goes Nananoka. I was like, oh no, I know it's early, mate, but almost there. King 7 against King 3. Daniel Dvoress flops mid-pair. These are obviously very important little pots. The blinds have gone up again. Slightly easier blind level to calculate how many big blinds we're playing.
Yeah, I love the 200, 400, but 500, 100 is still... 50,000, 100,000 is still my favorite.
This could be a big pot. Queen 10, pocket raise.
Well, maybe he just ships it. He's just like, you know what? Okay, never mind. Now, he's actually created a situation where he loses the pot because Daniel is definitely jamming pocket 3s.
He is indeed. And Diming will let it go. Would have been flipping. But he doesn't know that.
Okay,
King,
I think
Jack and A6. Maybe a limp, maybe a jam, maybe a call, or just open jam.
Yeah, I think Daniel
call?
open jams. Here we go. Call it, Roddy.
I think so. 14 big blinds. King Jack suited. Heads up. I think we have to call.
100%. This is not even close.
Here we go. I mean, Diming has been unpredictable, mate. A6 versus King Jack. So far, A6 is good. We need a King or a Jack or any heart. King Jack or any heart for Diming to win a monster pot. Nope, that's it. It is all over. The ace high holds versus the King Jack. And that's going to do it. Daniel Dvoress finally wins a high roller super million and walks away with completely fought his way back into the mix. And in heads up, Nanonoko, he honestly played very well. It's a bit of a cooler, I guess, with the king-queen against the queen-9, but still very well done by him. Came in 4th in chips in this final table, took 2nd. Pretty damn good performance.
The satellite winners crushed today, right? Like, you know, the McDavid, he got 3rd place today. Yeah, no, the heads up was kind of what I expected from Danny Dvoress. Grind out his opponent. His opponent wasn't trying to punish his mistakes. I think he should have attacked the limps occasionally, kind of keep Danny Dvoress on his toes. It was very close though. Like, they were playing 30 big blinds and really no one could really run away with it. But Daniel deserved to win, like you said. He got it done, Roddy, finally. And you know, hey, at least Diamine gave your guy a run for. He gave your bet a little bit of a sweat today.
Oh, he gave me a proper sweat, and at one point I wasn't really feeling it anymore when it was like 13 million against 6 million. But yeah, like I said, I did. By the way, this, I don't know if it's coincidence or not, but the few times that I did the railing of the final tables, I started to have a better feeling about who could potentially win it. And I picked Lyconen back then. I know that you took my pick away, but you know, put some money on him. And this time when I watched the final 5 tables deep into the Sunday night, actually Monday morning, I just had a good feeling about Danny Dvoress. Obviously, big name, came into the final table, 2nd in chips, I believe it was. Yeah, so it's not like I'm not going to sit here and pretend I'm an oracle, but maybe in a way it does help. Maybe I got to just keep investing in the Sunday night. Take a look at those final 4 or 5 tables and take a look at how everyone's playing. There are obviously never any guarantees, but that is 2 out of 2 when it comes to that part. Just well done by Daniel. I'm happy to finally see him win. It's obviously cool for us to see a big name in the world of online poker take one of our tournaments down. It was a fun final table, Nanonoko. It was a pretty damn long one again.
Yeah.
And I've got the night shift of StarCraft 2 ahead of me, so I don't know if you have anything else to add about this final table. Guillaume Nolet, maybe you want to talk about him?
Nah, I mean, like, Guillaume failed me. Well done, Guillaume. No, but I want to point out, maybe you should keep doing that 4-table railing thing and increase your bets. You're better at making money there than at the Russian cash or whatever else you play. That's your calling. It's final table betting, where you actually watch the players. Because now you're not putting money on people who you can see are clearly trying to make it to the final table and folding their way.
That is true. And looking at my performance over the last few weeks, maybe you're onto something. I had a little bit of hope. PLO5 was swinging me real well, but geez Louise, if you thought PLO was swinging, mate, PLO5 is just outrageous. It's like every hand is like, all right, we're sending it, and everybody's got so many outs, so you've got so many outs. That game is swingy like hell. Overall, I think another fun table. We're getting closer and closer to an anniversary edition, not just our 1 year, but I think number 50 is kind of special too. It's been fun. I will do my best to provide you guys with another railing session upcoming Sunday night. I think that's going to do it for us this week, unless you have any final shout outs to give, Nanonoko.
I'm good. See you next week, Roddy.
See you next week. Obviously, guys, we're still playing the World Series of Poker circuit events over at GG. You guys can take a look. A ton of tournaments running each and every single day. We had a couple big ones last week. Small buy-ins too. There was a massive one for just $25. So if you guys feel like getting lucky, well, plenty of tournaments to look forward to. Just open a client and you can find all the information there. Thank you guys for watching, and we'll see you next week. Same time, same place for week 49 of the High Roller Super Millions.
Elke was waiting to come back to the final table.
Fedor holds things. Oh my God.
Michael Adamo is the best.